Welcome, welcome. Hope everybody's doing well. Well, I'm gonna have to find some better music. Hey, Drogos, thanks for that raid. And Jack, what's going on? All right. So as usual these days, don't really have a plan, but just kind of been working on some things since we moved, or since I've done the transmutation on the last stream. I finished that all up. So the whole transmutation of all the clay is all done. So I'm like trying to think, okay, what's next? We definitely are going to be working on the construction of the kingdom at some point soon. But there's a little bit of a lull between the next phase, I think, and what just happened. And so I thought I'd do some things around the deed. Hey, Joe Jock, what's going on? You know what was funny was I was setting up for the stream, and I'm not sure if you're here, X Malt, or just Malt, but I saw you came onto my channel and followed just before I was going to start. So let's see, what do I need to do here? One thing that I did right after I finished the transmutation liquid was that I took Griffith and all the stuff that I had been farming for the beverage making. Like I have a field of sugar and a field of potatoes, and I'm just gonna make some vodka. So I made a little bit of vodka that is currently fermenting. I honestly don't know what the next stage is after this, but I made a whole bunch of other stuff. Just I was looking through some recipes and trying to figure it all out. So I made some moonshine, made a whole whack of vodka. I made some whiskey and some mead. And it is currently fermenting. And I'm not sure, does it come out at the same volume? Like, for example, if I put in a whole barrel of vodka into the distiller, to this thing, the still, I think I have 5 stills here. So I put the whole barrel into the still once it's finished fermenting. Do I get 45 kilograms out of that? Or does it come out at less? I'm not sure. And we'll have to figure that out. But this process is long. The fermenting process takes days, like real life days. So I have to leave it in here until it's called undistilled vodka. And then I have to distill it in the stills. And apparently that's a slow process as well. There's a boiler and a condenser. I'm gonna have to figure this stuff out. Let's see, Wormpedia. And you might be hearing my son in the background. That's because he's over there playing some D&D with his friends. So if he yells out of excitement, that's what you're hearing. Okay, so let's see, what does it say? It says a still must be lit to work, and the liquid will gradually change to the final drink over time. A still will grant passive skill gain a beverage. Okay. Still quality affects the burn efficiency. A still built to 50 quality and fueled with 1 log, for example, will burn for about 1.5 hours, while an 85 quality still will burn for about 2.5 hours on 1 log. This burn time increases and decreases in conjunction with still quality. Okay. To light the still, activate the steel inflamed while having a kindling in your inventory. Then fuel the still, activating item. Okay, so that's the same as like a forge. A still has 2 internal compartments, a boiler and a condenser. Boiler. Undistilled intermediate is placed in here. Boilers hold a maximum of 18.75 kilograms of fluid liquid. Oh, that's not very much. I was thinking it was going to have a lot more than that. Okay, so it looks like I'm going to need a lot more stills. What does it take to make a still? You need copper sheet, 7 more copper sheets, And if I'm not mistaken, a copper sheet is 6. Let's just see. 6 kilograms. Yeah. Of copper. Okay, let's go back to that. Rivets, plank, 1 plank, 2 ribbons. Okay, 2 ribbons. Okay. So it looks like I might need to go out and get some more copper. I do have access to copper. Because 18.75 kilograms, that's not very much, right? Like, if I have 45 kilograms per barrel, and let's just say I have 20 barrels, and then I divide that by 18.75, I would need 48 stills. Wow. That's a lot of stills. And I have 5. I was thinking I'm doing good with 5. All right, well, let's see. And these are only 28 quality, and I guess they improve with copper, which is fine. I'll just have to go gather some copper. Let's see, I have just a little bit of copper in here. I have copper here. I do have some low quality copper, a few hundred there. What in here? Not much more, another 100 or so. And then this could be used for improving. Let me just think here. Problem is that it takes 9 sheets. So 54 kilograms of copper per still. That's a lot of copper per still. Okay, so times that by, let's say, 20 stills, and you're talking 1,000 copper. If you want 20 stills. Not to mention the rivets. I'm going to need to do a whole bunch of work for that. Okay, so that's something we can start today. But what I want to do for sure, and what I want to start off with, is finishing off this building. So I did a bit of work here. I finally installed the bridge, which nicely turned out to be flat. So calculations were done correctly ages ago when we started the base of this building. The concept of this building is we're going to be using the bottom here kind of as, well, it's a twofold purpose. It is going to act somewhat like a hallway. And it will also be a storage place. Okay, so as you walk across here, there's going to be a whole bunch of storage along here. And then this here is going to be a shelf. So like above, you'll still notice there's no ladders here. So this is going to be a shelf on which there's more storage. Now, I'm not sure if this is going to be a mistake. That I really wasn't happy when we were planning this thing. Brian had this, he likes taking shortcuts. He doesn't like doing the things the long way. I had envisioned this path being the one that we went up, and then the door being over here. But shortcuts, Pog, yeah. It's hard to say. The real problem is that our deed is really small. Like, it's really small. Let's see. Our deed is 20 by 27. So there's very little room. So little room that I could only, for my workshop, I'm only going to have a 2-wide tile building. That's as big as we could fit it in here. Like, look at this place. It's like the farm, and then 1 tile to give the slope, 2-tile building, another tile to give a slope, and then another tile for the ramp. Right? Like, this is our entire deed, basically. Like, this building over here is in the back corner, that way. Our deed actually extends out to the top of that hill, right to, what is that, ship transporter? Not quite there. It's like maybe to where that rock is. And then it comes down, right? You can almost see the last tile on our deed. It's that one. That's the last tile width-wise. The problem is over here, it's just like this massive hill. right? So we were thinking maybe flattening out that top and putting something up there at some point later. You know, surface mining this down or something, and putting something over here. Okay, but that's for later. And then there's a boat mine over here. An entrance, boat entrance, and we were gonna build a little bit of a kind of a harbor thing over here where there's ship entrance and a place to like drop off materials. So all of this area might get filled in at some point or another with like a little ship drop off pickup kind of area with a little ramp or I don't know, something to go down there. And then I was actually thinking about extending the deed, not the deed, but the farm area on this left side to include a water farm area. Currently, we are using this area as the ship's spot. But I was thinking of turning that into a, you know, like a reed farm or something, rice farm. I don't know. Because it's low enough and the water's shallow enough out here that we can sort of dig down this area into the water and extend it out so that it's like slightly underneath the water. So that's sort of like the plan. This is the edge of our deed, so I'm currently out. I left the deed, so this building marks the edge of the deed. So that's basically the whole deed. It's pretty small. So this is going to be some long, skinny hallway. This tent we're going to have to get moved by somebody, some GM to help us. So the idea is that we're going to be able to walk up here and all the openings will be gone. There's going to like a maybe, I'm not sure if there's going to be a railing or just like a low rope fence over here or something like that. We want to be able to put stuff up here that is accessible from below. Okay, so whether it be a crate rack or whatever else things that we put up here, this will be like storage that can be accessed from below. Only up to this point here, at which point this shelf is going to stop, and then this will all be open. This area will all be open. So when you're underneath, it'll feel like tall ceiling with a shelf on the left. And these staircases allow you to get up into here. This room, which is a 2x6 room with a staircase in the way, is going to be where I put my forge. It will be my new smith's area. I was thinking forge over here. Storage with all the bulk storage bins over here. Put a large storage unit over here for all the materials, like all the tools and stuff like that. And then just a little bit of decorating. I'm debating on the roof now, like whether I want to go up another story just for a vaulted ceiling over the right, like over these 4 tiles, and possibly this tile here. So it might be a vaulted ceiling for those 4 tiles and this one here with a lower ceiling right above this tile here for the entranceway. This will give some character to the top of the building when you're looking at it from over here. It'll look like a little roof here and then a higher building with a higher roof over in the back. So it'll give some like, it won't just be like a, you know, a teepee over here. Hey Esham, what's going on? Oh, storage floor. Or storage floor and one higher for the actual work in view. You mean like over here? Storage floor and then go up even higher? Hey Alfred, thanks for the follow. I don't know. I mean, there's not much of a view because of the trees, and I'm not sure. We might get rid of the trees at some point, but if we do, there will be view out this way if the trees are gone. I mean, the trees are much higher than where we are. But yeah, if we get rid of the trees, I could put like, see, I'll show you what I did on this side for the view. Because this side I was thinking of being the brewery, because I'm realizing now how much space a brewery is going to need. And I've only built this one as a 2x2 space. I was thinking a row of stills. It might need to be 2 rows of stills now. And then room for barrels and a food storage bin and yeah, food storage bin and 2 barrel racks probably is enough, along with the stills. Oh, I'll probably need an oven. Or a couple ovens, oh yeah. This is gonna be a bit cramped in here, eh? 4x4 brewery was not a good idea, I think. But yeah, I built this thing, right? And maybe we will get rid of some of these trees so the view is Nice. I was also thinking of doing a similar thing with the roof here. Do a vaulted ceiling over these three tiles, and then put in this corner a shorter ceiling. Some people build that in basement and claims basement is better for it, storing and aging stuff. Yeah, I've heard that. Um, I think the aging is really only for the wine. I don't think I don't think beer and liquor age. Although I could be wrong. Less lag from all the light particles. Hey, Zealot, Zealot. I'll just call you Zealot. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Less lag from all the light and particles. You'll store the alcohol underground anyway. So does vodka age? That is to say, in a barrel stored, it'll get better quality over time. I'm not going to be making any wine. I've decided I'm not going to do the wine thing, which I know for wine that ages best underground. Let's see. Let's see. What does it say in the vodka page? Only mead and maybe one more. You think alcohol ages? Could be wrong. Let's just look at vodka. Oh my god. It's like there's not even a page for vodka. Alcohol. But this is just telling me about the intoxication and the effects of it. Let's look up mead, maybe. No, there's not even there's no wiki pages for any of the cooking products. Uh, let's see, beverages. Maybe beverages page will have it. No. He also beverages. I don't know. Milling beverages. Why can't I click on that page? Because I'm on it probably. Okay, let's maybe look at the small wine barrel. Maybe that will have information. Because this is what you would age it in, right? So it can be sealed with wood scrap to ferment alcoholic beverages inside. Activate the wood scrap. Right click the filled wine barrel and select create. Then fermenting the barrel. You can okay. Any barrel will allow aging to occur, but oak benefits from a slight bonus for aging. Oh, that would have been nice to know before I made all of them out of cedar. Some items may be placed on top of the barrel as decoration. No. You sure you will not make wine though? Thinking opening of Cat City might be cool with wine. Who knows what will happen in the future? It's the problem with wine is the grapes. So to make wine, what I would need to do is collect a whole bunch of grape sprouts and then have an area where I have grapes, grape bushes all over the place. Partly I don't have the space for that, so I'd have to do it off deed. And the only place reasonable in the area that I have to do that would be over in the steppe. I'm not going to say never. It's just to undergo the project of doing that will take a very long time. The nice thing about like all the other alcohols is that you can farm all the materials, and I have 2 farm plots right now, and my farmer is pretty high, so I can Alternatively, you can get grapes from lots and lots of trellises. Yep, I could. I'm not sure. For now, the alcohol that I'm making I'm happy enough with that. It's just a matter of so I don't know whether or not all the alcohol ages. So let me think. What else can I search? What was this? Did it say anything? It didn't say anything about what alcohol. Okay, actually, maybe this one here. Oh no, we were looking at this one before. This is the intoxication effects, addiction, withdrawal. Let's see, alternatively, you can get this one. Let's not try 80 skill to harvest 4 per trellis. Yeah, well, I'm not quite at 80 skill. I have 40 forestry. And I'm not sure. Hey, look who just logged in. I'm not sure. Hmm. Hey, Bear G, what's going on? Yeah, I'm not sure whether or not I want to keep going with that. I was having a little bit of fun with the forestry, getting it up to 40. I was actually, it's a long term thing for sure. So not trying to push me to it. It's just if you were not happy with the size, the mine might be a good spot anyway. True. What about making lots of moonshine instead? Farm space and pumpkins and sugar. Yeah, I was making some moonshine. What was I making out of? I think I just used cabbage or something. Yeah, pumpkins. Cabbage, pumpkins, lettuce, those things are good for that. I mean, what's nice about vodka is that it's just potatoes and sugar. The moonshine needed something else too. It needed some kind of grain. Easy to grind the skill by improving trellises if you go that route. Right. So that's the problem was I I made my priest. Yeah, I made my priest the forester. Was it forestry? No, it was gardening. I made my priest the gardener, which was a mistake in hindsight. But then at the same time, I was just thinking I want just to pick from the pots, the herbs and things. Cabbage moonshine, have to try it. I mean, honestly, moonshine is moonshine, right? So like whether you use pumpkins or cabbages or carrots, it all comes out as the same thing in the end. How's the booze industry? I honestly don't know. I'm not doing this for selling any of it. Um, doing it just for fun, just to try to figure it out. Like I've never done the beverage making. I was kind of put in a place where I was felt the need to get my beverage skill up specifically for the transmutation liquids, and I thought, well, since my beverage is like at 50 already, I may as well try to see what happens when I put, the ingredients together and make some stuff. I've never tried it before, so I thought I'd give it a shot. Okay, I'm now thinking the 4x4 it might be a little bit too small for that. I wonder if Faeran knows that I'm streaming and maybe we can pull him in. I hear him chopping. What? Oops, like the wrong name. Yeah, cabbage moonshine. Because like when you put it together, did he probably waved at Xander is probably why I heard him say hello. How are you? Though I don't see him saying it here in the event window. Okay, so like in here, right? It just says fermenting moonshine, right? I don't think it mattered what. it was that went into making it. Time to get rid of all these trees. Did you see that I started up the stream? So one thing Faeran is working on is his forestry. Not forestry, wood cutting. So he's chopping. And then he's going to replant. So that's that. So I think I'm just going to start working on finishing the construction here. One thing I wanted to see if I had enough slate. Do I have slate? Anything slate? I do have some slate down in the mine, although I have a feeling it might have gotten collapsed on top of it and I might have lost it all, but I'll have to go check. I don't think I have any slate in here. Okay, let's just go check on the slate. I don't know what I was thinking, leaving the slate in bins in the mine that was not reinforced. But the mine has been neglected, and it is quite in rough shape, I'm sure. Sure. Let's see if we can set this up. Let's see if we can get Brian in here. What do you guys say? It's been a while, since we've had Brian. Okay, I know I reopened these tiles here. Whether or not they collapsed again, I don't know. Okay. Greenish hued spider. Let's see. Oh, okay, good. My bins are still here. Whew. Okay, so I do have. Let's. You know what? Let's bring the wagon down in here. It looks like the mine entrance collapsed though. This one, was it this one? One of these two was the. It's probably this one. The entrance to the boat entrance. Hey, you there?
What's going on?
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, you know, just playing some Wurm.
Nice.
So what's been going on? It's been a few months.
Yeah, I know. It's been a while. It's been a while.
How's everybody doing? I should probably get the chat up.
Yeah. So I don't know if you caught anything of what my plan was today.
And you might want to check if I'm on the stream. Can anybody hear me? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that you're broadcasting this stuff.
Hold on. I think that you might be a little bit too loud, though. Let me just... Hold on.
I'm so loud.
Yeah, it's because I turned your volume up at some point a long while ago.
Okay.
All
right. I got the chat up. Okay, you can hear me.
People can hear me, yeah. Now get a webcam. I don't know if you want to set that
who
up.
Wants to spend the next 20 minutes and get the webcam working?
He's logged into Wurm, not really expecting. He's expecting to chop some trees, and next thing you know, he's getting pulled up on the stream. Yeah.
But I feel like there's so much to talk about.
I know.
Because honestly. I haven't actually had time to talk about anything Wurm related. With me getting a new job, and part of my job now is to stream every week, and just I'm not doing anything related to what I was doing before, and now I'm more doing stuff with the perspective of what the Wurm dev team has to deal with. So I'm part of a team that releases programs and updates it, and has to deal with the community, and have to do, take feedback on bugs and all that stuff, and get things in order. It basically perspective on what the Wurm dev team has to deal with a lot. And so I haven't had the time to really look at Wurm, but I feel like if we talk about Wurm and what's been going on, I mean, what's everybody been doing? Dezo, does my new job involve streaming? Yes. So I stream over on YouTube every Friday. So I had a
I
stream
thought it was
yesterday.
Thursday.
I switched it to Friday
Okay.
because it made more sense. Only because it we have sort of an unwritten rule where we're not going to release any updates on Friday, right? So to not
Okay.
ruin the weekend. And
Right.
and so, if we're not going to release anything on Friday, it makes the most sense to do a stream on Friday.
Makes sense.
And I'm not gaming or anything. I am creating and releasing and teaching people how to build themes for our program that I work for. So if you do want to catch it, if
What's the
anybody wants to
program
catch
called
it,
again?
we do have the program's called Launchbox. It's a program that will launch, that will end up launching any program or game that you throw at it. And it tries to consolidate all of your games and programs into one.
Lunchbox.
Lunchbox, almost Lunchbox. Just missing a letter or two there. But yeah, I don't think anybody's here for me to talk about
Lunchbox.
Launchbox.
What? I got no meat from that pig. What the?
So what's new? What's been going on in Wurm?
Oh, so much has been going on in Wurm.
What should we talk about?
So much and nothing.
You guys
at the same time.
What is the current events of Wurm?
Well,
so let me put perspective on this. Okay, so when I stopped playing, things were looking positive, I guess. Retro was just leaving his role, and it was a bright, shining, replacement coming in. I can't remember her name now.
Demona
Nightshade, and she was excited to get going and being, I guess, the community, whatever her title is, community manager, community something.
Not that Retro.
She would be the.
Not that Retro had any, like, there was any issues with Retro. It was that Retro had another job, like another full-time job, and so once he got that job, it just felt like this
became second.
Right.
Right.
What was happening
and that
before
has to happen, right?
Yeah. So Wurm became second, and it really felt like it was second. And we were sort of like, okay, at that point, communication was a problem.
And they were. I mean, communication's always been not great, but who knows what will happen with the new person? That's where we were sitting when I stopped playing. And then, I mean, what was next? There was always updates that we wanted, little things that they could improve on. We always talked about those, and they were getting ready to do the much anticipated update for the animal husbandry, or whatever they were calling it, animal update. Everyone was really excited about that and curious as to what they were going to do. They didn't really tell us at the time what was going to go on. And so that's like the snapshot of the time in Wurm.
Well, we had just
leaving.
Yeah,
positivity.
Was it positive though, because like we had just had the combat update implemented into the game at that time too, right?
Yeah.
Like,
we were getting used to that.
We were getting used to that. You were playing around with that, but I don't think that you played much longer after that, right? Like you started your break after.
Yeah. And at first, it was a change, and it wasn't what we wanted, right? It was one of those things that we always have in Wurm, because they don't announce what the scope of it is. We dream big, they dream small, which makes sense from a development standpoint. Right. Like you don't want to we want as users these big sweeping changes.
I don't think they dream
But
small. It's that they dream big, but then they look at the reality and say, well, that's not possible.
in order for me to accomplish this, I'll need this much time, and I will end up breaking these systems just because of the spaghetti code and how everything's clumped together.
Mm-hmm.
That's a thing. That's a real thing. It's a real thing in Launchbox. If we're like, okay, we want some things, and it's completely true, sound so easy. Like, why can't they just do this? Why can't it just, like, I just want to click this button and have it do this? How hard could that be? And then you find out, like, okay, but maybe that information is not being stored anywhere on the client or something. Like, maybe like it's there, but we just call it once and then forget about it. So in order for me to accomplish this one click, now I have to change the way storage works for this information and be able to parse it on your computer. And so that now that's going to increase this size and cause this performance gap depending on when I want to load it. And it's just like, you get to the point where you're like, okay, what's the gains that people are going to get out of this versus what sort of the cons that everybody's going to be able to have? And then you make that decision. And then really the problem is that that kind of information is not really discussed outside of maybe like a dev thought process.
Right.
And it's like, no, I came to that
is the
decision,
process.
And then they move on.
And one of the big problems is that, like, the players don't get to see those discussions. They don't get to see the reasoning behind the decisions that are being made. Even if there's like, it's possible that the players wouldn't even understand half the decisions that are being made because we don't understand exactly.
And that's fine, because it does take a substantial effort to publicize that stuff properly. Right. So now the decision is, do we invest in that effort to market our decisions to our community? Right.
I mean, I guess it depends.
How much money do we invest in that versus how much gain do we get out of it?
It's not about gain. I think it's about loss, right? Because if you don't do it, you might lose some of your players or some of your users.
Yeah, and that's a harder metric to look
keep
at.
Track of.
Okay.
Yeah, but you know it's going to happen.
If I'm going to say, if I'm the owner and I'm going to say, okay, do I want to invest, $50,000 a year or 50,000 euros a year to improve that?
To improve communication, you mean?
To improve communication. Okay, so I'm spending this value. It's very real to me.
Yeah.
And what is the real gains that I'm going to get? Who can tell me the gains? Because you're telling me communication is going to increase. Okay. Tell me how that communication is going to translate into monetary value.
Hey, Valiance. Oh, you didn't get a notification to say I was streaming?
Valiance, I heard you're back in Wurm Online.
Yeah, I was telling Brian.
And somewhere not too far off from where we are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can probably like ride over there and see the progress. Valiance has like stripped all of the trees and he's in the process of doing the terraforming right now.
Nice.
And it really opened up the area. That area was like a forest, but now it's a nice, it looks like a nice blank slate.
Anyway.
Hey, TT.
Anyway, how about...
Yeah, Kaylee as well.
Just Wurm in general.
Well,
hey, it's you and Kaylee back together.
Let's see. The combat update happened, and then there was a update to it that fixed a couple things. Like that seems to be their go-to method. They put in the update, knowing it's not perfect. Then they,
or maybe they think it's perfect based on the information that they have at the time.
Maybe,
which might be limited, right? Remember, developers don't play the game the same way we do.
But you have,
So the
but here's the
benefit,
thing: like knowing that, like you're gonna put in an update, you have to know that you don't know, but it will be imperfect,
Mhm,
right? Like you shouldn't go in
correct,
thinking this is perfect. Oh goodness, hold on.
correct.
You
That's
talk
got
for
to
a
be
while.
there.
I
Yeah.
gotta take a phone call. Hold on.
Okay. Okay. So then I'll continue on that thought. If you think about it, who here plays like on the test server like they would on a real server? I'm going to guess nobody does. Even our tester or testers that go on to the test server to test won't necessarily play in the same way that they play on the real server, right? They're trying to fast track the testing. But we spend weeks, days, hours, months finding all the positives and negatives on the real server. And so when a change happens, let's say a developer goes in and says, I'm going to make this change. Let's say it's a sweeping change, like the animal husbandry change that we ended up getting. And they're like, okay, this is what I changed. Here's like the developer's got to pass this information along to the testers, which I'm assuming there's not very many of us, right? You could probably count the number of testers that Wurm has, and they're all
On one
volunteers
finger.
on one finger. And that person's probably Willow at
Yep.
this point. And so, if I'm not mistaken, unless something's changed. And so you pass along that information, right? Like the developer basically says, I mean, they could do one of two ways. They could have a conversation, which I'm assuming is not happening, or it's like a chat, or they copy and paste the change log, like some sort of changes, and it could either be like a giant list, or if they were more organized, it would be smaller, like they would be part of the change as it's being developed. So it would be something like developer goes, I made this one change to animal husbandry, like this one small change, this is what it is, please can you go test it, right? And then they'll do it in small chunks. I'm going to guess
Hey,
that's not happening.
Canticas.
I'm going to guess that bigger sweeping things are happening before a tester even gets their hands on it.
Yeah, so Drogo says,
And then
to be honest, I don't think it's about the money here. I think it's part of the game. This is because we want to. I think part of this game is quote unquote because we want to. You have to have the money to survive, but from there you can go big or you can go heart by heart. I feel that Wurm chose heart, not aiming for big. Like I feel like what you're saying was how it was. This was how it was when Rolf was, you know, when Rolf was in charge.
yeah, instead of heart, I would more probably
Oh,
classify this as
give me one more
vision.
second.
I have a vision and I want to accomplish that vision, right? And then, I mean, that's how it was at the beginning, right? With Wolf and with Notch. And then Notch said, I have got another vision. I'm out of here. This is my vision. That's your vision. Let's part ways. And now Rolf said, this is my vision. And at the time, we all knew that that vision was PvP. He was a huge PvPer at heart. And a lot of the decisions that he made was for himself and for PvP gameplay. He wanted to play it himself. And so we have decisions like, let's turn Indy into a PvP zone.
Oh, you're
Overnight.
talking way back in the day. I missed the beginning of that.
I'm talking
So,
like this is how the beginning, vision.
like at the way back in the
It's all
day.
about
Yeah, the vision of the
vision at the
beginning
time, right?
of the
That was
initial
Rolf's
launch of this
vision.
game and like how he was creating the game in the first place. But like by the time we started, it was clear that they knew that PVE was sort of like the thing that needed to
Right.
be developed. And when 1.1
But this is how it is, right?
1.0
Because by the
when
time we were
1.0
here,
but when 1.0 came out and they started
you're
developing
forgetting a lot.
multi-story, I'm not forgetting a lot because Wurm 1.0
Yeah, you're
came out.
forgetting the vision. Or I guess they're forgetting what I. So this
I'm
is
not
the end
forgetting the
of the
vision.
conversation was this. It no longer was Rolf's vision at that
Right.
time when we started. There were other
Right.
people. So the
That's
point
what I'm
was
saying.
that it's not about heart, it's about the people's vision and the people that are developing it and their vision. That's how it was.
Mm.
And depending on who you were and which developer, volunteer developer or whatnot, So we get the benefits of their particular vision. Does
Right.
that make sense?
Right. So like
So
when you were a
so there
volunteer,
wasn't a singular vision at that time.
right? When
It
you were
was
a
an
volunteer, you
individual.
would pick. When you were a volunteer, you would pick like what project you wanted to work on, and then you would work on it, and it was never really fueled by the
An
overall
overall
vision of the
vision.
game.
There was no such thing.
There was no person at the helm who was saying we need to do this. It was several
Correct.
individuals who were like, I would like to do this, and then you would go do it, and then it would get put in the game.
Hmm.
And I almost
Exactly.
feel like that's how it had been for a very long time, up until the game got sold to Game Chess Group. Because once it got sold to Game Chess Group, that company, now they're not really a gaming company, right? You can tell by the quote unquote games that they had prior to this that it was a money making company. Like they were doing
Sure.
this with a passion of like maybe it started with a passion of games, but the games that they're making were not, you know,
But here's the deal. I don't think it changed much other than that they're trying to provide a long-term vision for something that they want to see for this game. And it's happened slowly in the sense that they don't care what goes into this game. They don't care the updates. They don't care the direction
right. So
of
what I want to know is what do
the
they care about?
content updates. They care about, okay, what are the things that we can make, that we can market well
That we can market well.
to
Yeah.
continue our uh, our growth of our company
Right.
in whatever stocks or whatever they're doing. And so what basically they would probably say is, I just want this to be part of your long-term plan. And they would tell whoever the person running Worm would be,
Right. So the
I want
person
this
running
to be part of the long-term plan, but other than that, go crazy.
the person
And you
running
kind of
Worm right
see that.
the person running Worm right now is Samuel. He's the lead project manager. So he's the one who
Right.
is probably in talks with Game Chess Group CEO or their board or whoever is making the decisions up at the top. And so, for example, with the announcement of VR, it was probably when something like this where the board had a meeting where they were trying to think of ways to increase revenue from this game. And one idea was
Think smaller. Probably not like it's almost like we're looking at like we had this meeting and this secret
well,
society meeting on the
yeah, but
phone. And
somebody had some
um
idea, right? And it was probably discussed amongst those who it would affect, right? Like there there are people who have a vested interest.
could have been as small as like, so like one person had that idea and that was it. And it just happened to be
Okay, but then it wouldn't have
someone
gone
important.
directly from
And then
that
he
one
just
person
told,
to Samuel. It would have probably gone.
could have.
It could have, but I know that the way the
Yeah.
Game Chess Group works is that it's not a single person. It's a group of people.
Do you think a group of people is overseeing Worm
Here,
and
I know
its
their names
direction?
too. Let's find their names. Here's let's look at the Game Chess. I've visited this website many times. Games Chess Group. Game Chess Group. Okay, so um, this is their website. It's founded in 2017, and so this is Game Chess Group. Utilizes synergies with gaming and esports
Mhm.
brands. Esports and gaming is one of the fastest growing industries of the 21st century, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so like you can look at like all of the stuff that they run, and here's Worm. They have something called Ucrate. They have a collection of online mobile games.
Sure.
Roblox item archive. They just have a whole bunch of random stuff. Okay, so then if you click on their menu, they have this like weird animation. But if you go to investor relations, this website is all in Swedish, so we have to translate it. But I think we can do that by just translate to English. There we go. Oh, and they just released something the other day. It's their interim report. So like their you know money in, money
They've
out
got to be accountable to
to
their
their
investors.
investors. Yeah. This is a publicly traded company. So they are
Yeah.
accountable to their investors. So they need to continually see, for them it's very important to communicate to their investors, right? Like that's like of the utmost importance. So they're going to give regular updates. Look, these last few are in like within a week. Oh no, this is right. So they announced the
Yeah,
VR. So
you've
it's
got your
every month or
quarterly
so.
earnings.
Yeah, every month or so, and then they have like yeah. So let's read this one. This is the one where they announced VR. And we have to translate the page. We have to also know that this is a translated thing.
Might not be
Um,
perfect.
yeah, it says game chess game Wurm Online has started developing support for VR. The company's subsidiary Code Club and its employees work continuously with the development of new content, the game's community, and marketing. I wonder how much they realize how much that's happening. Anyway, we work on several fronts and have now started development towards virtual reality support for the game Wurm Online. Offering a VR functionality will expose Wurm Online within additional categories and lists on Steam's platform in conjunction with additional VR platforms. Okay, so this is the main reason.
Yeah, they're hoping for growth. They're hoping that this would allow new customers to find Worm that may not have found it otherwise.
Right.
Uh,
And
okay.
here's the
Do
main
we want to
guy.
have the VR conversation next?
This guy here, Robin Backlund, he's the head. He's running everything in terms of the game chess group stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like it goes on to talk about the
CEO.
market for VR, and they're basically trying to justify the reason why launching it on VR platforms will increase exposure of the game. And then it says the development of content updates continues in parallel with this. Hence the announced exploration expansion with a launch aimed at autumn this year. Okay, so that
Mm.
what's funny is that the communication to the investors gives you way more information than the communication to the players. Like nowhere did we hear that autumn this year we would be expecting the exploration update. This is the only place you can find that,
What did
as well as
Smools
a
update
minor.
say?
It doesn't say anything to that effect. So let's see. What does Smooth's update say? I gotta go back to the beginning. It says we're planning to release smaller update next month before the exploration update, and that will include the animal husbandry tweaks as well as some content additions. That's it.
Where's the VR stuff?
Oh yeah,
Or
well
did
I
he not
mean
talk about VR stuff?
he did, so I can read out all the other, but that's all he said about the exploration update. Okay, so in terms of
Wait,
like
so when's the exploration, or is VR part of the
no
exploration update?
no, I don't think the VR is part of the exploration update. I'd be super surprised if the exploration update launches
Not
in
that many more
autumn
months
and
between.
then at the same time we get VR. That autumn's only a couple
Which one
months
do you
away.
think's going to come first?
There's no way they're gonna.
Yeah, well, which one do
Okay,
you think is
hold
going to
on. I
come
just lost
first?
my earphones. I'm gonna have to switch earphones.
Oh, that's why you can't hear me. 'Cause that's
Can you hear me? Can I hear you? Is probably better. Nobody can hear you, unfortunately. Okay, hold on. Can I hear you now? No. Okay, I'm gonna have to reload Discord. Discord does not like resetting stuff. What am I getting? Oh, okay. Give me one more second. Can I hear you? What the? Why does switching my earphones not allow me to hear you? I think Discord's always been like this. Yeah, my input device. Oh, that's so weird. My output device. Try again.
There you are.
There I am.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. What's so weird is I changed to this headset, and what it did, Discord changed my
Your input
mic,
method.
my input to the headset.
Yeah, that's
So dumb.
I could hear you through the headset.
Oh yeah. I actually thought I turned off the
It wasn't
headset
true.
input. Anyway, doesn't matter. We're back.
All right.
Okay, so hold on. I'm also gonna have to reset the game. But I think we ended off just talking about how, like, Samuel,
Yeah,
his
I was
post
curious
does.
to know because I haven't read the post, and you were saying that exploration.
You haven't read the
in
post?
VR, not yet.
Okay.
But you were saying that it seemed like exploration and VR are being considered as two separate updates,
Yes.
right? Like being treated as two separate updates. You said you would be very surprised if they end up coming. I'm apparently really quiet now on your
Okay.
screen.
Let me fix that. I'm gonna put that there, and then I'm gonna. This might be the reason why your volume
Thanks,
was
Valiant.
up before. Okay, try again.
Do I sound better now?
Yeah,
Hello, hello.
looks a little bit better.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just a little bit.
but now it sounds
I'll
like you're a
just be
little bit
the quiet
clippy. But that could be
person.
my earphones. Okay.
Anyway, so it sounded like you'd be surprised if they were the same thing. VR and exploration should be treated as two separate updates. But then we also said VR, they're trying to target that in autumn. So then the real question, because autumn, not that far away,
Mm-hmm.
even if they went late autumn, let's say they considered December as autumn, which obviously it's not. That's only like 4 months.
No.
Yeah.
Autumn
So
begins in
are they
September,
saying
and
autumn?
autumn lasts 3 months. It begins in
Yeah, that's
September
what
and
I'm
it lasts
saying.
three
I'm like
months.
stretching the idea of autumn.
Okay.
I'm like,
So
even if
by
they
autumn you mean December
think
20th.
exactly.
We
So
released it in autumn.
let's say in their minds, they're like, I'm still okay with autumn. Now the question is, they mentioned VR in autumn.
No,
What
no, no,
did
no.
Samul
No, no,
say?
no. They did not mention VR in autumn. They mentioned the exploration expansion with a
Oh,
launch aimed at
exploration
autumn.
expansion is autumn.
Yeah.
So what did they say
So
for VR?
in the
Or is
meantime,
that just nothing?
okay, we expect that the development of VR version of Wurm will not have a major impact on the development of content updates. Further information on development and launches will be communicated in the future. About virtual reality. Virtual reality is computer technology. Okay, no, that's not information that we need.
Okay, so let's
And that's it.
consider.
So then
Okay,
over
so
on
let's
Samuel's post,
consider.
he was
Can
basically
you
saying
just
that,
regurgitate that?
well, okay, so after, okay, I'm paraphrasing his, because we didn't talk about what he was saying first. The first thing he does is he apologizes for the lack of communication and that things are going to get better, and gives some reason why. And then we're working on currently the animal husbandry update. So they're not happy with that, and we got multiple tweaks pending for the next update that we release. Okay, so and then he explains what those are going to be regards to the passing of traits. Okay. Then he says we're planning to release a smaller update next month. So by next month we're talking September, right? Because this was August. Before the exploration update, and that will include those animal husbandry tweaks as well as some content additions. I'm not sure what those are. And this is where I feel like I don't understand why they don't say, but whatever. That's the way that they do things. They
So
don't say what they want to add.
I'm reading this off your screen, which is kind of funny,
Why? Why
but
don't you pull up the post on you
I don't
know?
know. I have less screens than I used to.
How many screens
So
do you have? I thought you have 3.
so he apologized. I do have 3. He
Okay.
apologized
Not enough screen
for the
space.
lack of communication. Did he explain why there's a lack of communication?
Okay, so let's read what he says. First off, apologies for the lack of communication coming from us recently. I have personally been in a life situation where I couldn't do a good enough job to keep you all up to date, but that's not an excuse for not being prepared for it. As we're still lacking a community manager contractor, please remember that Demona was still a volunteer. Fortunately, others have stepped in to help out. Thanks a lot, Keenan. And I would
Is
have
she still
said
around, Mona? Or
it's unclear
it
because
sounded like, yeah, she
yeah,
might
it's
not be
unclear
around.
because she still has the community manager tag on the forums, and
Oh, that's fine. That's nothing.
she did post on the that contest page that she's going to be finishing up the contest. Whether or
How
not she's
long
going to
ago was
step down
that?
after that, that was yesterday
Okay,
or the
so
day before,
recently.
recently. So it
Okay, so
seems like she's still in that
hmm.
role. She has posted, and this was like deep in one of the posts, one thread that she's stepping down. But whether or not that's like an official stepping down or a, "Oh, I'm so frustrated, I'm stepping down," I don't know.
Well, one thing that I don't think did anybody know this that she was just a volunteer.
Mm-mm, I don't
They
think
should have
so.
made that more clear at the beginning
Right,
because the expectation I think at the time was okay, Retro's stepping down. Here's the person that's going to replace him, and it just happened to be Demona.
right,
However, that's not the case at all, right? Retro was a contractor, like paid employee, and Demona's a volunteer, and
right.
those are not the same thing, right? And the expectation can't you can't be putting on someone who's basically volunteering their time when they have it, like to give the same exact uh, expectation that they'd be doing
Level
the
of
same job as
quality,
Retro.
exactly.
Not
Yeah,
even quality, is like time.
time investment. Agreed.
Like what do you do on the weekdays when you're working? Like she's gonna have to make money somehow or do something other than Worm.
Yeah.
Worm becomes your part-time when I have time to do it thing, and we are expecting someone full time. So apparently they don't have anybody yet, and that's
Y-
why uh, not all of the responsibilities probably went on to Demona, but we
Hey,
shouldn't be
Riot House.
expecting her.
Yeah. Well, welcome in. And so let's just see some comments here. So Desmo says he can't recall
Hmm.
a date for the VR. VR will probably take 6 months. Yeah, probably. It depends on what they are planning for it because it's unclear what it means to develop it for VR. I know currently they already have it set up so that you can like put on a VR headset and look around and play the game in VR with a keyboard and mouse. But and whether or not they were planning to continue just keyboard and mouse or not, because if they decide they want to be able to make it controller friendly, that's going to take a lot of work. And Ivy Song says, "Oh no, VR, that's more hardware. I'll have to budget."
You may not want to budget that. Just saying.
Just yet, yeah. Just
Mm,
wait for that. Wait for it to come out and see what it is. Before all these things, there was a game chess group report speaking about exploration content expected this summer. Now that's pushed for autumn. Yeah, Panda as well as I was about to say that Panda should have also gotten credit there because Panda was doing a lot of damage control during the heated times on the forum there. They posted
mhm.
some reply to the community, but it's still unclear what happened, and there was a 2 month blackout, or why there's still 1 or 2 month delay after that. We don't know the details because obviously they're quite personal, but it does seem like there was some real life issues happening with the with Samuel, and as well, Demona also had some real life issues. So both of them were out for a while, and that was the cause of the blackout.
And you
Um,
never know, right? Like we're living in a world of the
right,
pandemic and
exactly,
COVID. Uh,
exactly. Like hospitalizations could have happened, deaths in the family could have happened, lots of things could have happened that would have caused one or more, and it seems like more than one of the developers were out. So that's understandable. Reba, how's it going? Um, we have
I
no
think
clues what's
VR is the
working.
topic of discussion
Yeah.
here.
Well, we could start on the VR.
Yeah, I think that's next.
Sure.
I'd be curious to know what people's thoughts. It didn't sound. I think it was a surprise.
Yeah, to say the
Right,
least,
so
I'd
people
say.
are wrapping their head around it and wondering, okay, well, the first thought I can see people thinking is, okay, why would you introduce something like this when you have a game that's I've been wanting this to be fixed forever, or wanting this uh feature. Like you're basically taking time away from the stuff that I want to introduce something I don't want, is sort of the thought process I could see from a lot of people. Um, but if you get rid of that and we just concentrate on what could VR look like in Worm, and what do we have here? Uh, Dezo, your comment there saying scrapping the whole UI, making a new VR one is probably the way to go. Now, let's just talk about VR and UI VR. So both me and Adam have a VR headset, and we have played MMO games and looked at what their UI would look like, or UX would look like. Um, there's two games. What was it? Orbis VR, which was more like a World of Warcraft type of game,
Mm-hmm.
and a Township Tale, which is probably the closest to Worm that VR has right now. And the thing is that you can't just scrap the UI and then build a new one that would be universally good for all situations. That's just not how it works. Like they would have to build a brand new UI and UX for VR to make it
Right.
actually VR compatible and keep the old stuff for the desktop. And now we have two branches that they now have to keep development on at all times. So anytime they make a change to one, they've got to make the change to the other one, and it becomes more confusing to and more prone to mistakes. And they just have to do that because fundamentally, you can't play the same game in VR the same way that you play with a keyboard and mouse. Two different input methods. Uh, it's just not possible
Now there
unless
is
they
another.
don't change the input method, right?
Yeah.
That's a possibility. They
Yeah.
just say, okay, keyboard and mouse, you're just going to play like that. And then we're just going to make the UI hover in front of your face and scale it to a good position, or allow you to scale it and just like position windows wherever. So
If I
it's
had to
just
put my money down, that's probably the route that they're going to go. So it'll probably just be um, you'll be sitting at your keyboard and mouse, headset on, so you can look around and stuff, but you'll still be able to move around just like you can in the game. Um, and then they'll what they're going to need to do is work on the UI, like all these windows, and they're most likely not going to change any of the windows. They're going to keep it all the
right.
same. It'll just be scaling, scaling them, being able to position them, those sorts of things. You're
So
probably still going to see the mouse cursor in the game and that sort of stuff.
here's an interesting conversation. What's the benefit of VR to you guys? Why would you want it?
Here's the thing.
What do you think, Adam?
I don't
Just
think
in general.
anybody, I honestly don't think anybody playing Worm would say they wanted VR.
Right. That's besides the
Honestly.
point. The point here is like, as VR experiences go, Why are you attracted to them? Reason.
The main reason would be immersion.
Immersion. Okay, that's
Mhm.
one.
That's
In fact, that
the
might be
one
the
and
main
only.
one.
Yeah, that's like the one and only immersion. You want to get closer to the game by actually being there. Like you want to actually feel like you're doing the thing that you're doing.
even
You want to
you,
feel like
Esham, even you, Esham, can answer this even without experiencing VR, because and you might be the best person to answer it. If you
right.
think of VR and you think of people that anything that you've read about VR, what would you be expecting to as an experience when you go into VR? What's your expectation there? And exactly, there you go. Immersion is your first thought. And it
Mhm.
makes sense because that's what VR gives you, right? It makes you feel like you're in the world that you're inhabiting, whatever it is, whatever the virtual world is. That's one of the main reasons why VR is so appealing to people. And so now let's introduce Worm. So Worm wants to be that. We want to give players more immersion into it. So as a developer, I'm going to sit here and think, okay, in order to accomplish that, I've got to do two distinct things. One, it sounds like we already have it. Like the headset basically has to feel like, and I don't know if you've actually tried this, Adam.
No, I
Have you tried
haven't.
the Worm VR thing? So
No.
the the world has to feel like when I have the headset on that I'm inside the world, and that when I look around, I'm looking around the world.
But you've done this, right?
Right? Things
Like you
have to look big. Things have to
you've done
look
this.
like
What does it feel like when you're in? Does it feel good in that regard?
I haven't done Worm in VR other than making it putting a screen in front of
Oh.
me
Oh.
in
I thought
VR.
you actually went into the world in VR.
Not like that GIF or whatever we got or video of who was it?
I see.
Buddha in
Buddha.
VR.
Buddha. Yeah.
Right. So like it's gotta feel like I'm a tiny person in this large world, right? It's gotta feel like when I'm walking that feels right. I'm not
Mm.
walking too fast or too slow. I've got to feel like that. Okay, so that's one part. Well, I'm looking around
Just
and
if we could
everything
stop for
looks
a second on that concept, is that the problem with Worm is that we actually are walking way faster than we would walk in real life, in terms of like the rate at which things are flying by, right? Like,
that's something they're gonna have to deal with. Yeah.
yeah. So I wonder if that's going to be a problem where we're running around at 17 kilometers an hour, things are flying by like way at an unnatural rate, and like a lot of games do this. I wonder how that's going to translate to VR. Like, is it going to feel like you're on a bike, like at that speed? You know?
Right. And then do the carts and the horses and any of the animals that you're on make you feel like you're really on those things.
Wait, but Esham, what
Well,
they did add Worm in 4K. I think you can.
yeah, Worm in 4K as far as developer support and what they wanted to do is done.
Yeah, that's done.
This is what we got.
Yeah.
Whether
So
we
like
like it or not,
I'm
right?
currently playing in 2K, and I'm happy with the fact that I can scale things quite to my liking. Like the size of all the windows and the text and everything like that is quite nice. So I can only imagine 4K is just as good.
Right. Their goal was to just make the UI visible in a 4K resolution, and that's what they did. And so there was nothing else that they wanted to do. There was no
There's a
extra
lot of
bells
weird
and
things that
whistles.
there's a lot of the weird things that happen at higher resolutions. Like you see these notches in the side of the crafting window,
Yeah,
and I think it happens
visual things, you know,
like it's just like it just
not
seems like
concerned.
I'm not sure why. I'm not
It's
concerned. They're
just
probably not concerned, but it's just so annoying that there's
uh,
these little things that are
that's
unfinished about it.
just artwork. Like if they wanted to, they can go back and they can check clean that artwork up if they wanted to. They wouldn't even have to do any code changes or anything.
Mm.
Um so let's just take that immersion. So what does that even mean for VR? So that means that when I'm in the game, that I believe I'm in the world that I'm inhabiting. And it's different. It's different when you're in VR than because we don't accept things as much in VR as we would accept them in the desktop. Here's an example that I don't think anyone's thought of. When you're in the world of Worm in VR, sound is going to play a huge part because like the sound has got to be believable to trick your mind into thinking you're really in the in Worm. So when you're on a horse and you're going to gallop really fast, feel like I'm going really fast through the world. How does it currently sound when you're in the game right now, when you're on a horse galloping really fast?
I don't know.
What's
You
the
hear
sound that we get?
clopping. Let me just hear. Do we even
Nothing.
get a
We don't
sound?
hear anything.
Yeah,
We
I
have
guess we
no
don't hear
sound.
anything.
Okay,
Well,
so, and we
with
accept that right now. You won't accept that in VR.
yeah, sound is
You won't accept it
definitely
in VR. Like,
sound is a big thing with immersion, for sure.
right. So that's one thing they're going to have to fix. Here's the second thing. Okay. So in VR, to buy that you're actually in this world, you have to be able to feel like you grab and you're holding your tools
Mm.
and that you're moving them around, that you should have full access to your hands and the movement of your hands. That's the
That's
big
a
part of the immersion.
that's a thing there for sure. I can't see them doing that. It feels great in games like Orbis and in Township Tale. It feels great to like reach down onto the ground, pick something up, and hold it in your like hand, and then clip it onto your belt. Like
Right.
it's just
What
it
do we
feels
do
so
now to
good.
grab something? Let's just look at that. What do we do now when we grab something from the ground? Right?
We
We
have to
take the
right.
mouse, we point at it, and depending on how far away we are from it, we either we have to right click or use a hotkey to pick it up. Right? So that needs to be translated, let's say, to a button, and we're going to have to in VR be able to move our hands, go down to the item, and pick it up.
Yep. Weighted controllers. What's the average weight of a halberd?
But remember, you have to not just look down and pick it up. Like you've got to be able to grab the item
Yeah.
and hold it in your hands and then move the item around, right? That's part of the believability.
Yeah.
That's going to be something that like
Now that's
we don't
only if they
have. Like, would you?
that's something only if they're going to decide to do something with like without the keyboard and mouse, right? Like if they decide to integrate controller support to the game, but honestly, I can't imagine
Have you
that's
ever
what they're going to
played?
do.
If you ever played a VR game where you have control over the character, but there's a mouse cursor like in the world, like
I've never,
how would that
however,
work?
there is so Elite Dangerous. Their VR support is only for when they're in the cockpit of the ship, and it is also keyboard and mouse controlled, or
Ooh,
joystick
really?
controlled, right? Like so, like the
Do they have a
depends.
cursor?
I don't know exactly. I don't know the details, but I know that they don't have full VR in that game. It's like half VR. And then
And
when they did
so,
their
yeah,
recent update where you can get out of the ship and run around, there's actually zero VR support for that portion.
right. That would be disorienting.
Yeah.
And Drogos, you're saying you just think that exploring and where I'm sitting with VR with a VR mask using keyboard and mouse could be pretty cool. That would be tough to do because it's
What do you
cool
mean?
to like what I've done is I've done VR, Worm VR, where you sit down, let's say you're in a space, and then you just take your screen and you just balloon the screen up to some big size,
Yeah, but I don't think
and
that's what
now
we're
you're
talking about
doing
here.
Worm in VR. right? That
Yeah,
makes
I
sense.
don't think I don't think
Because
that's what we're talking about here, though.
it's
We're talking
not.
about
You
being
want to be in
in
the
the
game.
world, and I think that's what Drogos is saying, right?
Okay? How do you control the mouse then in a 3D world?
So yeah, you're gonna have to have a 3D sort of like cursor. Like there has to be a
Yeah.
cursor in the game at some sort of like spherical screen around you, if you know what I mean.
Right, like a 2D cursor on a different plane controlling a 3D world,
No, no,
sort of
no.
like a hybrid
So
thing.
imagine a sphere around you. It's an invisible sphere, like a bubble, and you're in the center of it. And on that sphere,
Yeah,
all the
yeah,
UI elements will be projected, including the mouse cursor.
yeah. That would make sense. They'd have to get the speed right of the mouse cursor. Like, and I could that stuff probably doesn't really exist to a good extent. Like, because normally what you would probably have is a 3D cursor in the game that has all X, Y, and Z coordinates,
Ugh, I've never seen
which would
that
just be
though.
odd, right? That would be odd. Like
Yeah, I've
when you're
never seen that.
positioning an item on the ground or something, and like
Yeah,
that would probably make sense. They would, but I like your idea. Like there would be like an invisible sphere or something that's not disorienting around you.
yeah,
Now that's reducing. You're basically reducing your immersion at that point. Like where
true.
if the goal is to be immersive,
But they
every
have those sorts of
compromise they
things.
make is it goes against that goal.
They have some sorts of things like that though, like in other games where, like, like
You might be surprised that the sphere thing probably might not work.
I mean, it might not
Like it
work. I
might
don't know.
feel too disorienting, right? Do you position it just around you as you're moving? You have items in the world that are kind of dragging along with you in specific positions that you've placed throughout. So you might be being like, okay, where's my cursor? Oh, my cursor's behind me. So you're like moving your cursor really slowly to track it back in front of your face. That would be odd. Or they make the cursor move really quickly, making it hard to control
Right.
when
Well,
you
I mean, well,
actually get in front of
the
you.
the thing is that it might not even need to be a sphere, right? It could just be something in front of you
Something in
all the
front of
time,
you
right? So no
that
matter which way
moves
that you
with you.
turn yourself, but if we're
Yeah.
talking about like sitting at your computer with your keyboard and your mouse, you're not physically turning around, right? Like you'll be turning your character by using ASD, you know.
Yeah.
So you'll always be pointed in the same direction towards your computer screen in that situation. And so they could just put sort of like not a full sphere around you, but just a piece, just something in front of you at a proper distance away, and put the UI elements on that place, that stuff. It's a shame though that they couldn't do
Mm.
things like, for example, like your compass. Like what would be amazing is if you could just like reach down at your belt and hold out the compass, and you're like looking at the compass as it's settling, and then you put it back. But I have no hope that that's going to be the case.
Right. You want the full when we hear VR, we want the full-fledged VR
VR, right?
experience, right? We want to be able to swing our axe, like pick up our axe from our bodies, swing it at the tree, see the chips come out
Yeah,
of it. Every time we hit the tree, you hear the sound. That would be
yeah,
a full rework of every single system in Worm. They basically would
yeah,
have to recreate Worm from
yeah.
scratch to make something like that happen.
And Esham says disabling the UI could put you in VR mode too. I don't think that they should do that though. I feel like you should always be in VR mode, and that the UI should sort of like hover in the world around you, because if there's a jarring change every time that you turn on the UI and turn it off, it's like it'd be hard. It won't be
The
as immersive. No UI.
problem is if it's not immersive enough, if they decide to go sort of like a hybrid model,
Mm.
what we're going to find is that we're not going to want to play in VR, and we're just going to keep the headset off.
See, the reality
Maybe
is that this
that's how
update
it's
is
going to
not for
become a
us.
niche thing.
This update is
Sure.
not for us. It's so that Worm shows up on other people's searches. That's the whole purpose of it.
Right.
You
They're
know?
basically putting themselves in a hole by doing
Yeah.
this, I would say.
It is
It's
really
not going
coming.
to end well.
Worm VR. We're not talking. Fairy tales here. It is coming. It says here in Samuel's most recent post, we'll be starting the development of adding VR functionality to Worm. And while we can't really say any further details on it yet, we don't expect it to derail development on the content features that we've announced. So there, and then if you go over to Game Chest Group, they have a whole investor post. This is their post to investors, or their messages to investors, that Wurm Online has started developing support for VR. So this is like for sure coming, or at least it's for sure being
Right.
developed. Whether or not they make it to the end of the development of it, but they're working on it. Sounds like a waste of time and money
I
for
don't
now.
know. Well, my last thought on VR, because I know we've been in VR and we've played lots of different VR games, and we're used to that idea at this point. So imagine this. Imagine you are in the land of Worm, and you go and you approach, and I said this on one of your streams. Imagine you go and you bring out your hatchet, whatever way that you do, and you go into a forest. You're like, it's my time. I'm going to work on my wood cutting like I'm doing now. And you go and you try to target the tree, and you find, okay, well, in Worm, you can't target trees. Okay, that's not a thing. You have to target the ground. So you take your hatchet and you like put your cursor, whatever it is, and you do the ground, and either
Yep.
you swing at the ground or you click a button to start something, and then a timer appears somewhere on your screen indicating,
Yeah.
oh yeah, you're swinging at this, by the way.
Yeah, you just gotta wait.
um who wants to do that?
Right.
Who wants to be part of that experience of like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm in VR and now I had to click my something to activate my hatchet? Like, what is activating? I'll open up my virtual inventory and I'll double click my hatchet, and now I'm just going to look down and right click and choose chop.
You might here's the thing is that players who already know how to play Worm, the current player base, would probably have no problem. Like if you add VR capability, people would be like, okay, I know how to play Worm, so going in to a VR experience, I know there's going to be timers, I know there's going to be all this, and it's just the same game, just I can actually like turn my head and look around. It's the new people, right? Like the people who are searching, I want a VR crafting game. And then Worm comes up and like, oh, free to play. I'm going to give it a shot. And they're going to come in VR and be like, okay, where's my hands? Okay, don't have hands. Okay, it's a controller mouse. Okay, I see a cursor. And they'll be like, to them, it's going to feel like they're playing a desktop game in VR. And they're not going to want that. Like nobody looking
Depends on
for
what
a
they do,
VR
right?
immersion crafting game is going to want. Depends on what they do.
We'll
You're
lead
right, but
people to like a Township Tale or some other game,
it might.
and that's fine. And Drogos, it really depends on what they do, right? I love VR. I love
Mm.
VR. VR is like I
Hey,
want to
Tucker.
see Worm in VR.
Yeah.
But because I love VR and I've seen VR and I know what VR is and what it can do, and the point of VR. Like I know what its limitations is. Okay.
Yeah.
You cannot play VR Worm for like 13 hours. So the
Uh-uh.
people that play Worm for a long time, your eyes just like your body just will break down. Like your eyes won't be able to stare at the screen. It's like, you know, half an inch in front of your face for that long. Um, so there's going to be limitations. People that like to play Worm and watch a show at the same time or stuff like that.
Right.
You won't be able to do
You won't
that
be
in
able to do
VR.
that. No.
There'll be limiting factors that we're kind of probably not thinking of yet. And so you get to the point where, okay, if the benefit of adding VR is to just have that screen, uh, it'll be a fleeting moment of giddiness that we will all get. We'll put on our
Yeah.
headset, it'll be amazing for a little while, and then after about a month, we'll go back to
Yeah.
the way that we play VR. So it just depends on how they implement it. Because I would love to say I want to play Worm in VR. I want to do that.
Now,
It's going to be amazing.
on the other hand, it is possible that they do something with it that's interesting, like knowing the limitations of the game and that and how it won't be able to be put into VR. So, like, imagine they're like, okay, keyboard and mouse, all you'll be is like you can see around, but we're gonna put this like sort of user interface in the world with you, so like you can put all your windows all around it and position them how you like. But imagine they also put a browser somewhere, like off to the side, that you can watch YouTube or stream or whatever in addition to that. I could see that happening.
Right. I'm sure that that'll be a highly requested thing, depending on how they end up implementing this. So if we're just thinking it's going to be, you know, a wrapper of what we have and make it look like we're in first person, like as part of the character. Also, don't forget that it's extremely easy in VR to get dizzy.
Yes.
Extremely easy.
Uh huh.
Like not even funny. They would have to put so
Uh,
many protocols in the game
yeah,
to
I'm very prone
stop
to
that
that,
from happening.
and I know you are also very prone to that.
Yeah. And so like if they just dumped Worm the way that it is, you most people, unless you have really, really good VR feet,
And Tucker, you're
would
saying too
get
much other
motion
stuff to deal
sickness.
with before they're worry about introducing VR. But the thing is that they're kind of being forced to worry about VR right now. They're being forced by the company that owns the game.
There's
Um,
always going to be too many things.
yeah, so like this is from the company that owns the game. Their name is Game Chess Group. They are a publicly traded company who purchased Worm not that long ago, probably in 2019 or something like that. And oh no, it was the year that they launched it on Steam, right? Like just before they launched it on Steam, the game was sold. And so they are calling the shots. And the shot that they just called was, we are developing VR. Okay. And so Samuel writes this post and says, this might be a bit of unexpected news. And I'm guessing he's using those words because it was unexpected to him. Somebody came down and said, I know you guys are busy, but you're putting VR into the game now. And he was probably like, I guess so.
Sure. And Zental
So,
Blight, you have a good comment there because you're basically treating like, okay, we're just gonna have Worm in VR and VR will just be a window that I can alt tab. This is not going to be like a Windows thing that you can just alt tab. If you're in VR, I'm more than likely you're not going to be able to launch two VR clients at the same time. It'll be a different kind of something to make it work.
yeah.
I'd be surprised if they made that work. You might have to, like a VR player might have to just use one character at a time,
Yep. I'd have to say so as well.
just because of the limitations of like the way that VR works and runs. Anyway, but get back to actual Worm. Like it's been a year, maybe no, about a year almost when uh they started talking about the updates that we were going to see throughout the next year. And one of them was the exploration update.
Yep.
Since then, what have they told us about it? What is the juicy details about what we're going to get for this exploration update since it's coming pretty soon?
Right. Since it's coming pretty soon, one would expect that there was some information given about it.
We get a
So
picture.
this is actually the information we got about it. It's right here. We're planning to release a smaller update next month before the exploration update. That's it. We didn't get anything else.
Okay, that's talking about another update. What? How about
I
the
understand
exploration
that.
update?
We have no information about the exploration update whatsoever. So aside from the initial roadmap post, so we can look at that if you want. But
But that's
there
the
has
one from
been,
last year.
yeah, the one from last year. That's all that we've got. We got zero information about the exploration update and
Does
what it
anybody
will
know anything
be,
about exploration?
unless
What
I
should we
missed
expect?
something. But I read the forums pretty closely for this purpose to look for these sorts of things, and I have not seen anything regarding the exploration update since this post right here in October 2020. So that was 10 months ago. Yeah, 10 months ago. That was the last information we got about it, and we can look at what that says. Um, let's see. It says. Okay, here it is. Included in those updates will be a large exploration focused update intended to make the wilderness of Wurm more interesting to explore, with different random encounters to be had around the world. Something we're looking for at as well. Something we're looking at as well is a unique creature rework, as well as some more chances to brush up on some less used skills. This update overall should provide a less grindy alternative to other features of Wurm, and in general, make PvE gameplay more varied.
All right, but that's all generalities.
Yeah, like no specifics whatsoever.
So
Yeah.
like basically what we're gonna have is we're gonna just have to dream up and theorize what we think. Like Valiance, to you that sounds like treasure maps and treasure hunting. Uh, to other people, it could sound like anything. Could be goblin camps and uh, exploring and finding and
Random
going through some sort of
encounters is a
quest or
general
something.
term that means pretty much anything. Random encounters. Yeah.
Who knows what that means? So that's gonna be tough. But I like actually Tokrin, your question, a lot better.
Cochrane.
Tokrin, you're saying, okay, they're gonna do VR, let's say, and there's a good chance that this will happen, that it will not do that well or not do what they think it's going to do. Uh, and now they're looking for the next idea. What, like, this didn't work, what should we be working on next? Or even if it did work, what should we be working on next? What is the next thing that we feel will bring in players and increase our revenue or whatever they want? What is that? What is the next idea? What do you
Right.
guys think? What should they work on?
Well, this thing also tells what they're going to work on after the exploration update too. Um,
But we have two lines of thinking here. Okay, so we're forgetting as players, they have content that they're hopefully developing for current players to stick around, and then they want content that
to bring
will
in new people.
attract new players. Those aren't exclusively the same thing. They're actually
Mm-hmm.
more than likely two separate
Separate
kinds of
things. Yeah,
like updates,
I would agree with that.
because what's going to attract new players is not going to be what attract the players that are actually playing, and
Agreed.
that's a problem, right? Like
Yeah,
it's one thing to try to keep players around, but it's another thing that they want to attract the new players with updates. They want that update to be marketable, and sadly we want stuff that's just not marketable.
Right.
That's
That's
the
fine. I
problem.
totally am okay with them spending time marketing, creating updates that will market to a new sort of demographic. I really think that it would help the game in general if more people played the game. I
Doesn't even
mean,
need to be a new demographic. It just needs to be something that if you read it and you weren't playing this game, that would make you want to play this game.
here's what I think is a better move, though. They should target their update to the people who left the game. The people who played the game, put 3-4 months into the game, but then for some reason or other left.
They would only want to do that if they looked at the numbers and thought, okay, we had 300,000 people play it. How can we attract those people back? But I don't know what
Right.
those numbers are. Like, should they put in that work if that number was 20,000 people,
It
30,000
probably
people?
has been more
Knowing
than
that,
that.
you're going to have probably about 10%. You're going to get about 10% of people check it out again. Max. If you did a good job.
Maybe.
Something like that.
Like
But like
I would
that's
estimate
the goal.
5%. They should aim for 5% of a demographic, you know.
Yeah, but if that demographic is the people that had played this game before, I mean that's an easy
And
number
left.
they could track.
They could probably
Yeah, and
track that
left.
number, but let's say that number's 100,000. People who
And let's
played
say
but
that
don't
that's
play
it.
currently. If they can
What does that
attract
update look
5% of that, that's 5,000 people. That's enough. That would quadruple the population currently, or double it at least, which would be a win in my
like? Sure.
opinion.
I mean, let's look at what you guys are saying. Bugs. They could spend all their time working on bugs. That's true. How would you
But
market that?
going back, and this also goes to Zadie's comment. They should work on listening to players who currently play Worm, not worry about the new players with updates. If they listen to the current players and work together with the game would be better and more people would play.
That's
Problem is, I
also a
don't.
double-edged sword.
Yeah, I don't know if that's exactly true. If you tailor it to the
Yeah.
veteran players, then you're going to make the
Well,
veteran players happy, but new people won't see why that's better.
that's that is one concern. Another concern is you're going to find that not all veteran players think alike. We also
Right.
don't play the game in the same way, and we also don't enjoy the same things as other veteran players. So, which veteran player do you listen to? Because some might be contradictory.
Hey, Reganation. How's
Maybe
it going?
an irrigation. And that's always been a problem, not just like it's been a problem since the beginning.
Mm.
They have listened to veteran players and they have done updates for them, and it has backfired. It has not gone well because some people just don't play the game like other people. I don't even play this game the same way Adam plays the game. Right?
Thank you so much, Reganation, for that prime sub.
Oh, subscribe for
Thank you, thank
16
you.
months. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. 16 months. It's like getting up there to a year and a half almost.
And so, I don't know, back to the question. What does the feature or the update look like that you would say Worm should do?
That will attract new players. Like the one that is going to increase the marketability of the game, you mean?
Yes.
Mm.
Imagine you were in charge and you were like, okay, I need to create a picture and I need to create 2 paragraphs stating why people should play this game based on the update that's upcoming. This update's going to, in 2 paragraphs, it's going to attract these people to play. And I also need to take those 2 paragraphs and be able to put that into one like 7-word sentence.
Honestly, I can't think of one. The main issue with this game, and it's always been an issue with this game, is that people come into the game. They've not it's not for everybody. So there's like there's the people who try the game and be like, this is not for me. Okay, forget those people because you're never gonna get those. Then there's the people who come into the game and like, this is the best game ever. Like, where has it been my whole life? Those types of people. You take all those groups, that group of people, and you look at how they progress through the game. And a very large percentage of those people will stop playing after the 3-month mark or so. Like a large percentage. Okay, and that's what happened with the Steam launch. Like we saw it happen. There was a massive influx of players that fell in love with the game. Okay, there was a bunch of people who tried it and it wasn't for them. They were gone after the first week. And then there was a large group of players who came in and did the whole thing. They planted a deed, they built their deed, they did the farming or whatever else they wanted to do. And then they left. I think that an update needs to be tailored to those people, the ones who left, that will make it so that what happens after they've done all the things, there's still more things to do that are enticing to do, that are important, that keep you playing. Like, one idea was an old idea that we had, that you had. It was the deed progression system. Because once you have your deed, right now, it's like, okay, I built my deed, I'm done. But if that process of building your deed was an ongoing thing that never ended, that you always had to constantly keep improving because it would make numbers go up, that would make things easier and better, it would keep you around, potentially.
You're thinking of
that's my thoughts.
A progression update of some kind that
Progression update
would basically say, okay, come back and play because you won't run out of things to do.
There's more stuff to do.
Problem.
Yeah, they need to look at that. The reason why people leave after the 3-month mark. What is it that's causing this mass exodus that happens after? And there's a small group of people who stick around for the long run. And they stick around for various reasons, but it's obvious that there's not a large proportion of players who stick around for that long haul. You need to entice the people that fall in love with the game but leave shortly after. You need to figure out why they leave and make an update that will cause a portion of those people to stay longer. Okay, so there's lots of comments here.
So exactly, that update would be exactly for you, Carsonators.
I'm the guy that starts new characters, plays until my core skills are around 30, and quit for a year. Yeah. Right, so Carsonator, what is it that would keep you around past that point? What's the reason why you stop playing after that? And Valiance is saying he still stands by monster camps, dungeons, castles to explore, nasties in them, points of interest. It sounds like something like this might be in the works for the exploration update, although it's hard to say.
The monster or the dungeon update.
Yeah.
The dungeon update. New monsters. So let's say we had the exact same system. All they did was create new monsters, put them into the game, made it so it was something similar to what we talked about all those years ago, where these monsters would be building camps all the way to like castles or something, and you can watch them build it over a small period of time. And then you would have to go in and destroy You can go in depending with small groups to large groups to get rid of them and conquer them,
I'd
to
love
get
that.
special materials that would then you can use to learn new recipes that you would only be able to build with those special materials that you get.
One reason for sure is that they find out it's too grindy. I, you know, the people who find it too grindy, I feel like those people are not in this category that I'm referring to. Like I'm referring to the group of people that literally fall in love with the game. Like they come in and they're like, I love that it's so grindy. This is like the best game ever because it's so grindy. Like those people, you see a
I
lot
don't
of
know.
people who come in like that.
You're
Like
talking about the
for
people
example,
that just
the
play.
lone shrimp, for example, is a perfect example. I don't know why he stopped playing, but like think of that kind of person, the person who literally falls in love with the game because of how it is. They love that it takes so long to do things. They love that the achievement of completing a project is meaningful and that you can change
I
the
don't think
world and
that's the
that
problem. I think we're
what
talking about. I think
I'm not
Carcinators. I
talking
think
about any problem.
he has it right. Like at that point, you're saying that it's because of the grind or something. Actually, I don't know. If we're saying it's because of the grind, let's say, but I don't think that that's really what it means. I think what it really means is, uh, like there's still the grind. There was the grind from 1 to 30. The
Yeah.
difference is that there's no rewards
Right.
that you
Uh-huh.
get from 30 to 100.
Yep.
Like they're
That's
they're
actually
they're, they're
exactly what I'm
missing. There's a
saying.
gap,
That's
right?
exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
So these people, it's not that they might say like, oh, it's too grindy, but what they're really saying is the grind versus
It's
the
not worth
reward
the
that I get
reward. Mm-hmm.
after this level is it's not worth it. Like there's nothing. I feel like I've accomplished everything that I accomplished. Even if I go from 30 to 90, I'm not going to unlock anything really that I want. I'm going to be
Yes.
doing the same thing over and over again from that point. So what they have
Uh-huh.
to do is that they fill in the content from
Yes.
those levels upwards, which is goes back to what you were saying before with like a progress. That's what progression update would mean. Like fill in the
Mm-hmm.
gaps to provide achievements and rewards after a specific amount of time when this game doesn't have any really.
The reason why it's so exciting at the beginning for new players because they're constantly working towards that next tangible thing that's going to happen. Like I'm I'm really wish that my body control got up to 21 because then I could ride a horse. And if I can get my mind logic up to such and such, I can command my boat. And you're working towards things while you're working on your deed. And but then there comes a point where you've got all those things, and now what are you grinding for? Like, there's no big milestones.
Yeah. And I think
No,
putting
yeah,
this into perspective, okay, what do I gain if I could make a 30 or 40 quality, let's go 40. What would I gain? All the work that I have to do to make a 40 quality hatchet versus a 90 quality hatchet. What are my
right,
gains out of it? What is the
right.
substantial differences between the two?
Well, the substantial difference is that you can get 90 quality wood.
Well, what do I do with the hatchet?
What do you mean? What do you do with the hatchet? You chop trees with it.
So you chop trees with it. And so the only difference I put in months and months of work to get my skill up to 90. And the one difference is that now I can chop wood better.
Yes. But
Okay.
what else would
This
you
goes
expect
back
out
to
of
the
that?
whole argument. So here goes back to the argument here with World of Warcraft. Let's just go to a traditional MMO. Okay. As I'm gaining levels, what's the difference between a level 1 and a level 50?
Unlocks more content.
Right. How about if the game was just okay, the difference is I am now attacking a level 50 mob versus a level 1 mob. Those mobs might, or I can even say now I'm attacking a level 1 or 50 goblin when before I was attacking a level 1 goblin. That's the
Right.
difference. And I think people would say, well, that, like, you can't just have that. Like, I don't want to just be doing the same thing at level 50 as I was doing at level 1. I want varied and more content as I level up in a traditional MMO. I don't want to just be killing the same kind of mob in the same kind of way, or else you get bored. Now you introduce different varied progressions as you level up. And that's what Worm's lacking, right? At level 1, I'm chopping down the same tree as I was chopping down in level 90.
Right. So what you're saying,
This is just
but
this is just a
yeah, an observation. But what you might be
yeah.
proposing then is that there's some trees for which you cannot chop until you get to a certain level.
No.
Okay. What
That's
are you
not what
proposing
I'm
then?
proposing, because in the end all I'm doing is still chopping down trees.
But
I
what do you
want
want
a
to chop
different
down?
kind of content that gets added that allows varied type of content for my woodcutting ability.
Such as? Give it an example so I understand.
Sure. Uh, and this is the harder part. Like, what is the example of what
Right.
you could do? I don't know. Like, it's got to be varied enough that maybe there's other kinds of woodcutting abilities. Maybe I could take the wood that I chop, and now I have the ability to chop it in different ways that I never used to, creating different kinds of varied wood from the same tree that can be used for different circumstances.
I see. So I'd be in agreement with this, where like as you level up, it unlocks more things that you can do.
This is just coming out of my head right now. Like,
Right. Right.
I did not think of any of this, but that's the goal, right? Like, some form of content I never actually did that's varied and different to what I was doing before,
Mm-hmm.
and consistently introducing this varied content throughout my playing time based on my journey through a particular profession or skill.
Right.
1 second, I'm getting a phone call.
Okay. No worries. I'd agree with that. I'd agree that what the game needs is more progression as you skill up, and that there's more reasons to skill up, milestones to hit, and things that you're working towards. Because what happens is that after a certain point, the only thing that gets better is the things that you can build. For example, like you can build bigger buildings or whatever, but your character itself doesn't really. There's no milestone that you're really working towards that is beyond. I need my skill to be a certain number just so that I can get to build this specific sized thing or chop this particular quality of wood or whatever it is. Yeah, change wood into fine wood. Yeah. This would be a nice progression. Okay, you guys said a lot of stuff. Zadie said update character models with more emote options, RP like actual character motions, as simple. A large sitting on the ground or shaking someone's hand. My character always seems so still. Maybe have a random movement like scrape foot across the ground, or put my hand over my eyes for shade. That is totally true. That would reach a very large group of people who are really wanting Worm to be more of a role playing style game for sure. There is a desire for that. Um, I honestly would say though that the people who like Worm for the role playing aspect are part of that small group of people that stick around for the long haul, right? Because if you're in this game for the role play aspect, there is a lot already for you. Like all the decorations, and they're even talking about increasing the decoration items, but all the decoration options and the building options. And now that you can sit in a lot of situations, you're right. Like they can add more to that, but Worm has come a long way in that regard. In fact, a lot of the development has been in that direction over the years. And you love Wurm the way it is, honestly. Yeah, I know. Which is, and this is the reason why the argument of listen to the current players is not a good argument, because the players that are currently playing are the ones who love the game already. They love the game as it is. So the company is looking at ways to increase the number of players. What they really need to look at is, why do players stop playing? Like, why don't people play this game? Not why do people who love the game play it. It falls into like, okay, so Carcinators. So just to put context, because this was a while ago, you were saying that you're the type of player who plays up until your skills are around 30, and then you stop for a year, and then you come back to the game and you love playing that beginning portion over and over again. So you say it falls into like house done, armor and weapons done. I got a mind, I got all the stuff I need. That's why I kind of avoid taking things from people, even though they're so kindly give it. I wish there was a way more monsters and that the combat had more. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, so maybe this exploration update is something that will be tailored towards you. It seems like they're going to add a whole type of gameplay where your gameplay revolves around going out and exploring the world for a purpose. I'm not sure what that purpose is or what they're going to be adding. By the sounds of it, I would guess, my guess is that they're adding more things that are going to revolve around combat. That's my guess, but I could be wrong. How many is that? That's 70. That's not enough, but whatever. We'll come back for more. More perks at higher skill sounds good. Yeah. SWTOR players, let's bring up all the Wurm. Ugh. Convenient PvP scenarios. Yeah, I don't know about the PvP scenarios. It is possible that PvP is something that, and I think Drogos mentioned above as well, is that PvP is something that potentially could, if you aim your development around that, it could bring people. I'm a little bit skeptical on that, nor would I be appreciative of that direction of development. But it is possible. Yeah, all we get is titles. Ultima Online had a different tree types, wood color, that skill unlocks, so people wanted highest skill to get certain colored wood. That could easily be something in this game. Consensual PvP, it would be at a wide range of realistic planning for tactical defense. True. The PvP in this game, though, I don't want to sound too critical, but the PvP in this game leaves much to be desired. That's for sure.
Yeah, sorry, I'm back.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's not the same as other PvP games. This is a PvP game of numbers. And usually it results in the team with the larger numbers wins. So you'd really like it if monsters just constantly attacked my deed and broke my walls and houses. That would be cool. I know a lot of times they've mentioned that kind of thing, and everybody does not like that idea. At least all the PvEers used to be like that. People don't need their stuff.
We used to have trolls come in and destroy our fences and stuff, and yeah, I guess they got rid of that.
Trolls can still bash fences, but
that.
It's rare. It's much more rare.
Okay.
Higher level working armor smithing, the less damage your armor takes. The higher weapon smithing, the less damage your weapon takes. Okay, so these are just like perks for getting your stuff up. If the wardrobe does not prevent armor inside of him decaying, what's its use? I'm still going to keep my armor on the alt. I think it's just, honestly, those types of things, the wardrobe and that stuff, the coffer, are just decorational items pretty much. Make war machines more useful on mob bases. That would be cool. Wurm being such a player-based game, meaning not hand-holding MMO RP needs to be stronger. RP needs to be stronger, so you have an adventure because you're bored after grinding your skills. Yeah. In fact, you, Brian, had a stream with Catspur about RP
Right,
and adding more
right.
role play.
And the thing about exploration and adventure right now is that it's not actually content to explore or to adventure into. And that's just not how it works. So it's more you go out and it's either RPing or you're finding other people that are doing something similar to you and having conversations with them, which is great. Uh, it leads to a lot of cool gameplay when you go to events and stuff like that. The problem is that the game doesn't really lean itself towards that kind of gameplay either. There's nothing to go out and explore. And I'll give you an example of two different games that do virtually seemingly the same thing, but not in the same way. So this is going to like World of Warcraft as an example. World of Warcraft has dungeons and they have raids and they have like places to go in with a group. The problem is that it's very structured. There's no exploration to do that. Uh, you don't stumble on things. Whereas you play a game that's seemingly almost the same, like Vanguard, that a lot of people did not play, which also had dungeons and also had raids and also had this stuff. But the difference was that they positioned these dungeons and places just in a way that no one would ever lead you to them. They were just there. They were places to find as a reward for your exploration that just happened to be there. Like there was a one place in the middle of a desert, and then all of a sudden, if you found it, it was like a hidden, very like it was crazy the way that it was hidden. And there was like a small little entrance that you could go through. And if you went in there, all of a sudden you found the remains of an ancient like civilization that was buried underground thousands of years ago. And then all you had to do was just go explore this place that had and as you were exploring you were discovering like, well, there's these weird like material down there and weird like it was sort of like not robots but mechanical beings that then you learned that were created by the civilization that once lived in this desert. And as you keep exploring, you're finding more and more out about this area, and essentially it's the same thing. Like it's a dungeon, and you're going through it, and there's like no right way to go through this place or to explore it. But as you're doing it, you're you're being rewarded by going off the beaten path, and that's not the best. Uh, it's sort of like you can see the two different games have similar content and similar rewards for it, but they go about it in completely different ways. And that's what Worm sort of has to do. They need to have the content, especially with this exploration update. It's not that Worm doesn't need dungeons or Worm doesn't need more mobs or Worm doesn't need. I'm scared at how they go about implementing it.
Right.
Doesn't fit into the mold of what Worm actually and Worm players actually want.
I really like Ivy Song's idea here. So she suggests a consensual PvE. You could opt to put a special torch or something to attract mobs to attack your deed. This idea is like can extend even farther than the idea of mobs attracted to your deed. It could be like the idea that we had before of summoning unique creatures or summoning events, encounters. So you have to. So one idea that you had a long time ago was like, a part of this idea would be like, you must build a structure of some kind at a certain altitude above the sea level. So you have to climb to the top of a mountain, for example, and build a structure that would then summon a particular like mountainy type encounter, for example. Um, and it like make scale it so that it requires multiple people. Like it can't just be done by a single person. Yeah, I think that
Right.
that would expand a lot to the PVE sort of
Yeah, boss
content.
encounters.
Boss encounters, yeah.
Like what rifts probably should have been, which are
Right.
controlled. Players can, like, the benefit is that players can decide when they want to initiate. Let's just use rifts as an example. Imagine
Yeah.
players can then build something uh, together as a guild, and together, let's say, it took them a month to gather the materials to build the necessary altars or whatever is required to summon the rift, and then they can put out in their alliance, be like, this is the day we do it. We're going to do it on Saturday at 3 p.m. and everybody come and be part of, the thing that we've been working towards for a month. And then they all come, they log in. It's all pre-planned by the alliance to then do the ritual or whatever it is to then summon the rift or whatever the boss is. And now by doing so, you have one chance of being successful in that encounter to get the rewards for it.
Yeah.
Like that is
Yeah.
that was a plan. And then you would have like these encounters. You can do lots of different encounters, like Adam said. Like one up on the mountain would then summon like a mountain type of encounter, and one in a
In the
mine in a
cave.
specific setting would have that sort of encounter and summon like the
One in a
mine
desert
demon or whatever. Desert, the water, by the water,
by the
in the
water. Yeah.
forest, in the this and the that, right? Like you can keep
Right.
going, and they can add lots of different ones. The goal, though, I love the idea and the concept. The the true power of that, though, is to give the power to the player to be
Right.
able to time their uh to give it so that these guilds and these teams of people have the ability to play together. Like you're giving them the power to play together instead
Yeah.
of removing that like it is currently and saying, okay, you want to experience this, you got to do it on our time,
Right. It's happening at
which
2 a.m. in the
obviously doesn't
morning,
happen.
and that's the way it's going to happen. And you better be there and ready for it. Like we were suggesting that well before Rifts when they were announced that they were starting to develop, and they didn't call it the Rift system. They called it like an encounter system of some kind. We had shot out all these ideas. Like we were like this is what it's probably going to look like. It would be so cool if it looked like this. And we laid out these encounter systems at that time. That was like in 2014 or something.
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time, but they never took our ideas. I'm
And that's
afraid I'm
fine. I
not
don't know.
making the right. Oh yeah, I'm making the right one. How am I able? I don't know if you can see my screen, but you see where I'm standing? I'm standing here,
Yes.
and I'm working on that wall over there.
That's
I
pretty
didn't think that
cool.
was possible.
Maybe the tile allows you to do that as long as you're close enough to the
Long arms.
on
So
the
Esham, you
correct
say
side of the tile you're standing on.
you get the feeling Worm will be sold again. I don't get that sense yet. Um, I almost feel like Worm is the largest income for that company right now. Like, look at the other things that they are doing. I honestly don't think they're making all that much money off of the other things. I could be wrong. I totally could be wrong. But I feel like Worm adds a lot of value to the company.
They're putting out press releases that seem to indicate that Worm is a big part of their strategy,
Wurm
right?
is
Or else if
mentioned.
it wasn't,
Yeah,
they would not mention it. Like it would be a footnote in their investor announcements.
right. Wurm seems to be a centerpiece in terms of their investor announcements. Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, explore update.
I wish there was more
Sounds like
information. I mean,
sounds like we don't really know anything.
yeah, we I just wish that it was different the way that the development team gives information out to the public. And they've gotten worse over the
That's
years
okay.
where they're tight-lipped to the point where they don't say anything. They don't want you to know anything until it's in the game. And then it inevitably always happens that it gets put into the game, everybody doesn't like it, and there's nothing to be done about it at that point. Like the combat update. Like they spent so much time on that combat update, and what gains did the game get from that combat update? So
So
little.
speak. You'd love to see tier-based craftable items being unlocked after a certain skill gain. So basically, you want to have certain items that you can't create until you reach a specific skill level. If I'm reading that
Or
correctly.
potentially like a tier 2 pickaxe and a tier 3 pickaxe. Something like that.
I think it was more specific to items. Now, but yeah, that would be cool too. They actually do have items like that. It's not that
They do
many.
have a. They were going in that direction at one point, but then they stopped.
So an
Time
example
pickaxe.
could be they don't do a good job of advertising those items in the sense that Worm, it doesn't feel like you earn it, even though you are, if that makes
Mm.
sense.
Yeah,
And
there's
the
no
reason is
indication that you can now do it.
the reason is because they still make you feel like you have a chance at creating them. Like a large crate as an example.
Right,
Okay.
large
How do
crate.
large
Yeah.
crates work? Large crates are a tiered based craftable item that you have to be a specific level or higher to create.
Yeah.
The problem is that it still shows up in your crafting windows and it still shows up as something that looks like you can create.
Yeah, like if I go
And they
over
just give
here
you a
and I go
0% chance at
actually
creating one.
let me do it on Xander. Let's say cuz Xander cannot create a large crate. So crate. I go over here and it's like large crate. Oh yeah, I can create a large crate. All I need is a plank and a large nail. And then if I come over to here and I get a plank and a large nail, let's do that. Just got a plank and a large nail. This is what it ends up looking like. So I put those together. Whoops. And I get the list of all the things I can make. And down here are the unavailable. All the red. And large crate is there. I have a 0% chance. You have too low skill to craft this item.
And so
The problem, you just
and the
don't know that.
problem that I've always had is that you don't understand first what you're about to say. You don't know why it's unavailable, really. Like you have too low skill. What is the skill required? I don't
Right.
know.
Now I have to go over to the wiki.
Like, do I get notified when I can update it or when I can create it? No, you don't. You just have to know that that's what it is. And I would say that would be the wrong way. You shouldn't get notified when you can update. What I think the correct way is that you shouldn't even know that item exists. Like your character shouldn't have an idea uh, that it's even something that you can build. Instead, it should be something that you feel like you have to do something to then unlock it.
similar to
Like
how
that's
it is in Valheim. Valheim mastered exactly what you just said there.
okay. I don't even
Like
remember
you
what.
don't even know that you can create something, but then all of a sudden you pick up something and you're like, "Huh, I've never seen that before. I wonder." And then you go over to the thing and you like put it and you're like, "Oh, I can now create this thing with this new thing I got." Right? It was all about. See, so in Valheim, it wasn't based on skill; it was based on items, right?
Right. In Worm, uh, they should do something like that. There should have. It would be cool if we had tool benches or something that we can then bring materials in to then
I don't know.
discover things that you would want that you would be able to.
And Zadie, thank you so much for that subscription. Very much
Oh, thanks
appreciated.
so much.
Yeah,
Doesn't
thank you.
and doesn't that make sense?
I just love you guys and how much you love Worm.
Oh,
Yeah, we do
we've
love
been
Worm.
loving Worm forever, right?
Yeah.
Feels like anyway. I guess
Yep.
when it comes to almost being a decade, that's quite a long time, isn't it?
Yeah. Raybark says with imbues and
Oh
chance
wow.
rarities, the more increases for progression, and Worm is quite exhausted in that mechanic. I know it's just the problem is that all of them are not each individual one on their own. Like the imbues, the ruins, those two are like particularly the ones that I feel like shouldn't have really been put into the game, especially the way that they did. Instead, there should have been a different system,
I mean,
an
yeah,
overarching
let's take
system,
that.
right? Like there should have been an overarching system for which Rifts could have provided mats for, and Uniques could provide mats for, and other things, and then they can keep adding more things that would add to this one common system, right? That could be expandable over time. That's how they should have sort of oriented it. But instead, it was like, let's add bloods. And bloods do this, and they create a system just specifically for bloods. Then they add rifts, and like, oh, we'll add a completely new system of upgrading stuff that's only exclusive to rifts. It's like separate from everything else. Like it just didn't seem like it was planned well.
I mean, let's take a look, and I think Adam's basically hitting the head here, the nail on the head. And this goes back to the discussion that I was talking about, how you can have the exact features that we need implemented in the wrong way. And I think, and let's just look at what you're saying, Raybark. Imbues and enchants. Let's start with imbues. Imbues is a great system that was supposed to enhance the functionality of of the tools or whatever items in the game in different ways. Right? It's exactly what we would want in a progression system. And as a user or a player, that would be amazing to have that. Okay, but as a player, let's look at what we had before Rifts. Okay, we had the ability to create items, to level up. Okay, so I'm a blacksmith and I'm leveling up my blacksmith. And the goal that I have as a blacksmith is to progress from my skill level 1 to skill level 100. And as I'm doing that, I'm creating items to level up. So now we're like, okay, well, I want the ability as a blacksmith to see noticeable progression as I'm leveling up. And one way to do that would have been the imbue system. The ability as a blacksmith to earn the right to improve my weapons in some substantial way, enhancing my weapons in some or enhancing my tools in some substantial way that I gained through my extensive blacksmithing experience. That makes sense to me. What did they do instead? They said, okay, let's create a system that can enhance tools, weapons, items in the game, but make it an exclusive combat type of system that allows you to then get these items that you can then create not via being a blacksmith to then apply to blacksmith tools.
It would have been nice if there was some
And it's
kind of progression added to it, for sure.
it was just sort of like, I think at the time, a slap in the face to anybody doing a profession that then wasn't able to do anything to do with riffs. It was
Right.
a moot point, right? It was just like, okay, a great system, made sense. Yeah, they had problems and they had to scale them back because they made them too powerful. I didn't really think that one through, but it
Yep.
it's sort of like, okay, that's not really progression there. And in essence, if you really wanted to place that somewhere in Wurm and how the mechanics work in Wurm, it's the progression of combat, I would say, if you needed to place it somewhere. That's what you earn when you do combat. You earn the ability to then gain the mats, to then gain and then they put it on a crazy, like what riffs are. They put it in a crazy sort of time frame and basically said, okay, you want to do this, you got to be in the right place at the right time, and that just wasn't possible. It's just like less control even than it should have been to the user or to the player,
Mm-hmm.
and that's fine. Great. Now let's look at enchantment. Enchantment's got sort of the similar deal. I love that it's there, and I love that we can do it, but enchantment is the progression of priests. You're not a
Okay. What?
priest, then you sort of, if you're not a priest, then you are a person that uh
It's outside of that progression.
yeah,
What's?
you're not progressing towards enchantment if you're not a priest. You're
Hmm,
just
I don't.
benefiting from a priest progression.
I don't see the problem with that though. To have
There's
specific
not a
progressions
problem.
for specific things. Okay.
That's the point. The point is that
Oh,
we
I see.
don't have the progression to other, like to like the
Right.
blacksmith. That doesn't
Right.
exist.
Right. Right. Right.
We
I see
should
what you're
have
saying.
priests, and priests should have enchantment, and priests should have that progression. And that should be the foundation of all of the other professions. We should
Right.
have blacksmiths, we should have progression, we should have things to unlock and things. Like that's what people want. They want to feel, okay, I'm looking forward to that next time when I've become this level of blacksmith that I can then unlock this thing, item or enchantment or something. Uh, we just need more of that. It just we didn't we didn't get it.
So Raybark is saying back before rarity system was added, and a majority of Worm players complained that the removal of skill decay was bad. We were thinking about a system where hitting certain skill level, you can reset the skill back to 1 and gain mastery on that level. Oh, it's kind of like what do they call that in a game where you like make it so far and then you have to reset back to the beginning? There's a name for that,
Right. I don't
but then you get
I
a
don't
benefit for that reset, and you can work it back up again. That
oh,
might
I
work
see.
in this game, but
Right.
Carcinators, you say
I
priests suck. Why do priests suck? Prestige, that's the word for it. Preaches prestige. Okay, Valiance.
I actually like that idea, Rayberg. That makes sense.
Hmm.
To have the ability to reset, that would be cool as an option for people to continue its progression without the devs needing to create more content. I also love the idea of an alternate advancement system. I love the idea of a profession being able to uh, choose where to advance in a particular subcategory of its profession that gets
Right, like a
unlocked throughout the
weaponsmith
game.
can like choose to master swords, for example.
Yeah,
And they
blah
can
blah blah,
make
something this or that,
yeah,
and they're able to then become a specialist in something because they worked hard at it.
right.
Or I like the idea of instead of the imbue system, I would have liked the idea of like the uh, enhancement system,
Mm.
where as a profession at level 30 now you get the ability to create special items that then you can apply to a particular tool or weapon that would unlock that weapon's ability to do something. And then as you're leveling up, level 50, level 60, level 70, you unlock more ability like slots or something in your tools to be able to provide more different kinds of benefits. Right? That to me is a better implementation of the imbue system
Mm.
that keeps it isolated to a particular profession and allows the progression uh, to become more natural to uh, like a blacksmith or a leather worker or something. You can apply it to every single progression or every single profession all at once, and all they would have to do is create many different kinds of enhancements. 2% of this, 1% of that, whatever, and then make a system that allows you to then unlock those enhancements. Like maybe there's as a blacksmith, you can go through a process of creating certain items that then gives you enough points that you can then spend those points on a particular enhancement. And then you get like 30 or 50 different enhancements that you could unlock and say, like, I want to unlock, reducing the speed on a hatchet. And then you click that, you spend a point, and then now you have the ability to create an enchantment, an enhancement item of some kind that has that, and then the ability to then apply that to a tool. And then so you're always working towards unlocking and gaining stuff,
This
different enhancements. You
system
have to work towards that.
this system we laid out in detail on on several of our streams. We both thought that it would be a great addition to the game, but never got picked up by the devs. And Carsonators, you're saying priest penalties just permanently make my characters useless. Yay, I can cast spells, but I can't do anything else. That is true. The way the priest system is set up currently is that it nearly forces you to play a priest as an alt character, or it forces you to play in a community. Though they did remove a lot of the restrictions, there's still the restriction that you can't improve. I think the two pieces that they kept was you can't improve, and that each priest has one harvesting thing that they can't do. So my Venora priest can't mine, but can now dig and chop trees. They allowed priests to be able to build, so you can now build buildings and add, continue building. Anything that's like continue building, I think priests can do. They just can't improve. So it's improving, and then one of the. But yeah, I totally agree that they obviously are doing this for a particular reason to force people to have multiple alts. And I think if they got rid of that, the game would suffer monetarily. Because if let's say all of a sudden I can make my main also a priest and do everything like you can in Wurm Unlimited, I would probably get rid of my priest. You know,
No,
or I might
don't
not
say
get rid of
that.
this priest, but I would make him a priest instead of, let's say, alting another priest. You know what I
I
mean?
think what that would actually do, and I don't think at all it would remove anybody's priest, but what it would
It
do
it would. It
is
totally would.
potentially remove those like buffer priests. It probably would do
I,
that.
maybe, but okay. Consider this. Let's say, and I'm actually debating this really. I'm debating creating a new priest and making it a mag, specifically for strong walling, and it would be nice to be able to cast Stone Strike. Now, if let's
Okay,
say
so
all of a
let's go through
sudden,
the two scenarios.
yeah, let's say they
Let's say
keep it
you
the
could
way
do
it
your
is.
main.
I am going to premium up another character to level him up and make him a priest. So now I'm going to be
Mhm.
running 3 characters premium. However, if they remove the restrictions, what I would more likely do is make my main character a priest, right? And level him up, and now I'm down to 2 characters. So the game just
Okay,
lost
so let's
premium on
think of
one
that.
character.
So at the time, in order to gain the ability to get whatever strong wall, I mean, you're wanting to do it for a very specific reason.
Specific, yeah.
Um, you would have to then play your character as a mag priest, because this game's all about time, right? You do your priest as a separate character more so because you can then like play both and do both at the same time.
Maybe,
You
but
can
I,
be.
I I still would be able to
Would
do.
you
I'd be able to
really?
handle it. Oh yeah, I would for sure, for sure. Because what else am I going to do with my character?
Everything else that you're already doing.
Yeah, but it would just be something else to do with my character because there is a lot of times where I'm picking something to do just for the sake of doing it.
And I don't necessarily feel that would be a bad thing if they'll open that up.
You think
I
so?
don't think they would lose a lot more money. They would actually potentially create the ability to have people play longer.
Everybody would be a priest. Everybody.
Yeah, but no, like the same amount of people would be actually doing priestly stuff.
True. I agree with that.
It would be like the same amount of people.
There'd be less characters. Like you, everybody would need less characters for sure.
Not everybody, only the people that
If at the Steam
were
launch,
already going to do priest.
let's say there's a Steam launch. Go back to that time. If they had gotten rid of the priest restrictions at that time, I would definitely not have had a second character being a priest. 100% guarantee you. I would have kept this character and then I would have made him a priest. And I'd have one less character to premium.
At some point, you would get fed up, and then you would have uh, create a second character for
Who would
whatever
also
reason.
be a priest, and that would be like at this
Mhm.
moment where I'm thinking of creating another priest, where I would now have
Probably
three
not at this
characters, but
moment. You would have
instead
done
of
it a
two.
long time ago. Probably when you decided to be a Vin, that's
Why?
when you probably would have gotten a second character
Why?
so that you
Why?
can be working, because you didn't have very high skills. You had to work very hard to get your mining and stuff up. You wouldn't be able to do mining and be your priest at the same time. Uh,
Right. I guess I.
so you
You're
would have
right.
to make a choice.
You're right in the sense that for those people who like to do two things at once, who like playing two characters, simply
I mean, like
not for the fact
everybody
that
doing
priest.
priestly stuff.
Right, but like what I'm doing right now with my priest is I'm making bricks with him, and then I'm coming over here and I'm building with Griff, and this has nothing to do with the fact that Xander's a priest, right? Like I would, if let's say priest was completely removed from the game, I would still probably have 2 characters so that one could be making bricks at the same time as the other is building, and that would be the reason
Exactly.
why I have 2 characters.
So
Um,
being a priest or priest restrictions would have no bearing in the amount of characters that you would have.
but it
It's more
would
about
in this
time.
moment. It would in this moment where I'm thinking of making another priest, right? Where I'm thinking of getting another character to create a priest. I wouldn't do that. I would just make
And
Griffin
how
be a
many
priest.
percentages of the players that played this game over the years would make that decision as what you're making? I would probably argue it's probably the niche of our niche,
Maybe could be.
and that's fine, right? Uh,
Just
so
gonna
that
go
that's the
look at.
that's the down that's the negative of this. If the decision, I would lose out. Like if I was trying to make the decision as a developer, yeah, I would be like, hey, the con is that some players would unsubscribe, right? So that's a negative. So what's the positive? Now I've unlocked for every one of my players the ability to do a gameplay type that they would not have done otherwise. They wouldn't have even like explored the concept or thought of doing it because somebody must have told them that it would require a, a
An
second
alternate
character,
character,
and they
yeah.
weren't willing to do that.
Yeah,
So
maybe.
that now we got to weigh these pros and cons. Like, what is the benefit? Is that a benefit? Is it good to allow those players to then get a new type of gameplay they wouldn't have experienced before? Um,
There are a lot of
unlocking
people there are people who don't want to create alter counts, that's true. But there's probably equal numbers of people who do. And Raybarg is saying you definitely would have multiple characters no matter how the priest penalties would be.
and so yeah, that's just sort of like the decisions that they would have to make, and it's definitely beneficial for like the dev team to be able to discuss these sorts of things. Like they would need someone on their team that has like a weekly meeting, something like this, where they've got things like this on the agenda. Let's talk
Right.
about this. Let's talk about that. Which in my new
Do you think
job,
they have
I do
that?
that.
Yeah, do you think they have that in
No, I
Worm?
don't think that they talk about. I don't think there's at any point any meetings that the Worm dev team discusses
Where there's items
these
on
sort of
agendas.
ideas like we're talking about. Like it doesn't even. It could even just be loose, like us talking right now. Like we're
Right.
talking about this. We're going through the process in our heads. We all are, and you
Right.
guys in the
In the chat
all of you
are
are
participating, yeah.
like
And
we're sitting here and we're
honestly,
talking about these changes.
and it's these types of things that I wish developers did. Like all game developers should do these sorts of things. And I know there's some dev teams that do. They'll get together and they'll start discussing things together on stream. Like you see Pantheon in their development, they're doing this. They're answering questions. They're, you know,
Hugely beneficial, I would say, as a creator.
as a creator, yeah.
Hugely.
You get feedback directly. People's comments are all, especially if you do it correctly, all the comments would be constructive. People trying to help. Yeah.
And I
I
would
don't know.
agree, Raybarg, that the priest restrictions must have originated from PvP and that
Yeah.
PvP mindset.
Yeah.
Completely agree.
Yeah. I'd agree with that
And
too.
so, like, imagine this game's been around for so long that there are things in this game that the developer is now having to uh, discover themselves that it works this way. I'm working on a program was created in like 2015, and even the person that put it in doesn't remember they put it in.
Right.
I just bring it up. Yeah, you know that we can do this in the program, and it does it this way. And they're like, "Oh, it does." I'm like, "Yeah,
And you
I'm
only
thinking that we should
know
do it this
because
way."
you use the program.
I'm a user of the program,
Right.
right? I want to use it, and
So
I
that's the
want it to be this
question.
way.
To what level are the devs users of this program?
They're not. Like I
Right.
can tell you, like a very small amount would
Right.
be. Right. And even if they are, let's say best case scenario, they love the game, they play the game still as a developer, like we do, they would be playing it in their specific way that they specifically, and we already talked about how every player in Worm plays Worm differently.
Mm-hmm.
We all have our own likes and dislikes about the game, and we all, some developer might just hate being a blacksmith. They just don't like it, so they don't do it. Nothing against like the mechanics. They just don't like that idea. You know, maybe they want to be somebody else. They want to be the carpenter. So that person will never really experience blacksmithing. And in order for them to develop for blacksmithing, they would then have to force themselves to go through that process to learn and understand what a blacksmith experience is, so that then they can go and develop for it.
Yeah. And Raybarg, as a programmer, my memory spans about somewhere early today.
Yeah. And it's just the way it is, right? We play it and we're sort of like expecting that the developers know more than we do about the game, but the truth is that they probably know different things about the game, but they don't know more about what you know.
Right.
They don't even know as much as you know about the aspects of the game that you play. And that's what is kind of scary when there's this huge disconnect between the players and the development team. That it becomes like this untapped potential of where a developer could use their audience to try and discover and understand their player base. Like that's a requirement, I would say.
Right.
And it's what I try to do greatly within the program that I'm running.
Mm. Oh, by the way, the trees around the building, you can get rid of those.
Yeah.
Specifically the ones that are sticking into the
Oh,
building.
okay. Sure.
Now, there's a couple things on the roadmap that are kind of interesting, that have yet to be put in, and whether or not they're going to continue on it, I'm not sure. But um, like after the exploration update, they mentioned that they're going to focus on construction features, adding both new building elements and decorative items and features. One of our desired features is that we've been playing with our docks, which would allow you to create structures on water. On the direct decoration side, a popular suggestion, as well as something that we want to see in the game, is hanging items on walls. We'll be looking at how we can add that. I can't wait for that update. I think that update is a big one that would bring people back. I don't
So
know.
which
Yeah,
part of that?
all of it, like increasing, let's say the variations on the walls and the construction, and adding building on water, and hanging items on walls, adding more decoration items, all of that.
Yeah, let's go through the scenario of
Hey, Bun Loose.
them being able to add or basically put a platform on the ground and on water. What
Mhm.
are you expecting out of that? Like, what are the different scenarios that they would give us different varying gameplay opportunities?
Now, I don't know if that you can just go out in the middle of the water and put a thing down, a plank down, but it would be in.
Yeah, maybe.
Currently the way that it would work is like if you want to expand your deed into the water, you would have to raise using dirt. But now
Mhm,
what they're suggesting is that you can just build a dock from the land out into the water.
mhm,
Probably the length of the dock is based on some kind of skill. And then you can build structures on that dock.
mhm.
I think that would be great. It's like, think of like the harbor city that you can build now with that. Whereas the harbor city before would be like how we built it with raising the dirt. Now you can build it completely on dock and it would look so much nicer.
So you're expecting like these structures would be able to house houses,
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
they
Yeah,
would be able to
that's
house
yeah.
uh
I think that's
like
what it
bridges off
says.
of them and stuff.
It says which would allow you to create structures on water. Yeah,
Nice.
I think that
Okay.
would be a cool
Now,
addition.
as a Worm player, I'm excited about that. I would love to do
I
that. I
know.
want to
Yeah,
do Harbor. If I'm
yeah.
looking objectively at that, I almost feel like they're going to introduce something that we can already do in a different way by
True.
making it different. So as a player, uh, I'm not gaining anything new that I couldn't already do. I'm just being able to do it in a different way.
And it'll make it look a lot nicer. It'll look like it's a floating
Look
dock
different. Yeah,
city. Yeah.
exactly.
Um,
I I don't know if they're gonna
but
give like
it
a
might be.
bobbing thing
Yeah, I don't know.
animation.
It might be though a thing that brings people back. Especially those people who built up their deed and they're done. If they add something that allows you to have more building options, it might
Mm.
be a reason for people to come back to beef up their deed. Boat cave docks, exactly. That would be cool. Real wharfs. I hope people don't block ship entrances with docks. Harbor gates, that'd be cool. How much did multi-story spike players returning? Well, the game was a very different game back then. Very different game.
Yeah, I think that it was different in the sense that I think multi-story actually was huge for the game, but I
Yeah,
think that this would be more in line to uh, how
like
much
bridges.
interest, not even bridges,
Really?
probably items. Bridges was different. Okay, bridges was I couldn't do this before. Now I
All
can do
right.
this,
True.
right? Whereas this is like I can do it, but now I'm going to be able to do it in a different way.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think this is more in line of actually this is something its own thing. I think if we want to talk about just the whole update that you're talking about in general, where we're now looking at to be able to hang items on walls or ceilings or something,
Yeah.
that would be exactly the same as now you're able to place items on tables and surfaces.
Right.
So you're going to
Agreed.
get the same audience.
Yeah.
And so now you have a frame of reference. How
But all the
many people came
decorators.
back and stayed because of that? How many decorators are there? Or people that are just interested in that type of feature, did that attract to then say, oh, I wasn't playing before, but man, this is going to make me play.
Hard to say.
And then, of course, the feature itself is not what people are excited about, right? Initially, that's what they're excited about, but they're
I was
excited
excited
about
about
the, yeah, but what you're excited
placing.
about is the prospect of what that could mean for future items.
Right.
Because what the heck are we going to hang from the ceiling based on what we have right now?
I don't even think they're talking about ceiling.
Okay, let's say,
Just walls
okay,
right now.
walls. What are we going to hang on walls that we have right now?
Good question. They're gonna have to add items. Hopefully, decoration
Not
items that you
much.
can
We're
hang.
not excited about the feature. We're
Weapons,
excited about the
skulls.
prospect of the items that they will introduce because of that feature. That's what we're excited about. And you just hope that that's what is coming with that feature or coming shortly after that. What we know is that they're going to do that feature and they're going to think, okay, we need to introduce a specific amount of items to make this feature make sense. They're going to introduce those amount of items, and that's what we're going to get for years to come. They're not going
Mhm.
to go back to that same feature again and again and again unless they've planned that out, unless they said, okay, we want 50 items to be introduced and we're going to span them out over the course of a year, let's say.
Mm.
So that
Yeah.
every month we're going to introduce this many items, and like they could do it that way, and that would be perfectly
That
fine
would
and
be
might
so
drive more
cool.
interest over a long period of time.
Like, you know how they add a new item for skin every month?
Yes,
Imagine if it wasn't that. Imagine that dev time went to adding a new item in the game every month.
right.
Like, that would be so much
I
better.
think it would have to be more than one item, but yes,
Right, right. More than one item, but
it should be something that they should be talking about, which obviously uh, it's not really happening. That we
I
know they're not
yeah.
having these
I
meetings that discuss these sort of things. But that makes sense to me, right? Uh,
yeah.
Instead of giving us an example going back, I don't know how long ago now, when they introduced the new wall types, right? What they did was
Yeah.
they gave it all to us like really quickly.
Yeah.
And
And during that time I really liked how they were sharing the development of it.
yeah,
Give you
they gave
sneak
us
peeks at the
pictures and
new
stuff. It was really
walls,
cool.
pictures along the way, yeah.
And that was great. And they now have an idea of what something like that would do to the community and what that would do to retention and bringing players back.
Yeah.
They should have that data now. And they should be able to say, okay, was that a good idea? Can we then
Right.
announce that this is the update of such and such, of like hanging items on walls? Then they can also say, okay, because that was just sort of okay and people forget about it within like a month or two, maybe this time we should do this is the year of hanging items on walls.
Mm.
Right now, the marketing sounds different and lasts a lot longer, giving them time to breathe.
Right. Although I don't know if saying that, like, unless they're planning on just continually adding more and more and more items the whole year.
They would have to be upfront, right? They would have
Yeah,
to
they'd
say,
have to be
like,
upfront.
we're going to introduce 100 new items and, we're going to start in January and go for the year.
Right.
Like that, like right up front. This is the marketing
Right.
hit. And then
Right.
every single month, now they can send out an email and say, this month, here are
Yeah.
your 10
12
items, and they
items.
can
Yeah.
discuss
10.
them and talk about them or whatever it is. Yeah, exactly. Like
Yeah.
that's how that would work, right? And that would be something that they would be able to do because they developed the ability to hang things on walls, right? That's more exciting than them saying you can now hang things on walls. That's our new feature. Good luck. We got very few items that you can hang on walls. Because we that feature is not exciting without the items.
Right. Hey, you're over there. You know the two walls at the top there? What should they be?
Oh, what are you gonna do?
I don't know. So I did blank blank, barred barred, and now these ones are going to be like the vaulted walls, so the ones above.
So
Blank
open them
blank
up
Oriole.
or create. I would
To
say
do
make it open.
open like a archway.
It doesn't have to be an archway. Why don't you do? Why don't you do like doors and then lock
I don't
them?
know. Well, those ones are way up
Not
at the
doors,
top.
not doors. Like
Portcullises.
yeah, and then lock them. Can you lock those? No, you can't. Can you? Make it so
No,
no
no.
one can walk through.
There's a
Even you.
way.
I don't know.
There's a way. What is it? There's like portcullises that don't open. Bart. What are they? What are they?
You're not
Let me
talking
see if I
about
can
like
see.
the ones that you see there. Like there's
Not those
actually
ones.
walls.
Not those ones. Yeah, there's actually like open.
You could do okay, maybe do that one. Or you
Hey,
could do
Serene. And Valiance wants to know
Serene.
when we're going to be making our maze.
Valiance. Where are we gonna make that maze?
Cadence. Okay,
I
hold
don't know
on.
if I want to go all the way to Cadence. I'd want to do it
Oh,
here.
it's the world is small. I we don't have to do it on Melody. Melody is not a good server for it.
I just don't want to travel to get there. I'd want it to be here, but there's not a lot of space unless spaces
Anywhere
open up.
here would be farther than traveling over to Cadence. Cadence is really close.
No, I'd want it to be in local. That's what I'm saying.
Oh no, there's no there's no space here. We
That's the
picked
question.
the
Like where?
smallest space. We can't do it in local. No. We are on this peninsula right here. There's no space here.
Has it opened up? Like is there land that was once taken by people that are not anymore?
No. Well, Mystery
How
Lake
about the
did fall,
oh,
but
some people are gonna
it got deeded. A lot of it
hmm.
got deeded. Does anybody know?
That's what we
Like
need,
there's the
Reba. A water maze.
water.
Because I need more ways to try to kill people.
Yeah. Does anybody know? Like there's the stone portcullis, but is there a version of the the portcullis that doesn't open? Like it's like barred, or is that do people just use the stone portcullis and just keep it locked? No, there's none.
The problem is you can't keep it locked from yourself. That's the problem.
Well, it wouldn't
Although,
matter too much because it's up. It'll be up. Yeah, there's a version that's bricked up. Yeah, that's the one I have down here. I was just thinking of offsetting another Oriole on the other side and then making it plain on the left.
sure, that would be the least amount of work.
But
The
the
other
portcullis
thing
is
could
not
be
too bad.
tall iron fences.
You can't put tall iron fences in a house, unfortunately.
Really?
Yeah,
Did they change that? Because I did that in one of my buildings.
they changed it.
Ah,
A portcullis does not even need fence bars. It just it's the same as a wall. The smaller fence you can, yeah. Like I could do an arch with a small fence in there. I could do a portcullis and then it won't open because it's above me, right? Like this is going to be in the vaulted ceiling wall.
oh, yeah, I guess so. It might open if you get close to it. I'm not sure how that works.
I don't think so because a door on a floor above you doesn't open when you're walking underneath it. Well, I guess I just assumed that it doesn't. I don't. Could you imagine your house of doors?
And Raybarg, you think Worm should evolve technology? We should go into the Steam age. That sounds like they would have to completely build almost a separate game's worth of content to please us. To be like, we're now in the Steam age. You get trains. I was like, wow.
Hey, Nin, how's it going? Could give building ownership to an alt who never goes up there. That's true. I think I'm just gonna go with the Oriole idea. Just create a little bit of.
There's big open areas on Melody, and the problem is that Valiance and Kaylee took it all. No, just kidding.
Oh,
I'm just
I
kidding.
already forgot which way it was. I gotta move so slowly. Okay, hold on. Let me just do that back up again. Okay, so it's this one that's gonna be the Oriole.
I was thinking of up on the hill here. Is that all taken still?
Yeah, it's all taken.
Because there was like at least 3 different deeds up there.
So Ivy had the big deed that was up there. Ivy let that fall, but then Katz took the entire area for her horse market.
I should look around.
Yeah, it's quite developed now. A lot more has been changed about the area. It's a lot more traversable too.
That's good to hear.
There's still some work to be done about the roads and stuff, but yeah, it wasn't a big open area when you got here, exactly. But it's a nice big area now. I mean, that would have been a good spot for a maze. I mean, the maze on Xanadu, what's the dimensions? 20 by 30? I think that's all it is. It's 20 by 30.
Yeah, it's not very big.
It's not very big. So in a 20 by 30 area, you could do a lot. If like
Talking
and that
about the labyrinth, you put upkeep in it, right?
no, you put upkeep in it.
Yeah, quite a long time ago.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Let's check that quick.
We go there and then it's gone.
Is
Anybody
it
check the labyrinth on Xanadu?
which character is it? It's silly, right?
No, it's Kazanashi.
Oh, it's Kazanashi's.
Although, God, I don't know if he can walk around in it, to be honest.
We just need
Are
to
we
put
gonna
upkeep.
find?
No, it was good. It's gonna be good.
No, it's my character. I think owns it. Maybe.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Just give me a second here.
If you're just wanting to look at the.
I kind of feel like Nasili has it.
I don't think so. I could be wrong, unless you moved it around, maybe.
Let me see. Nope, that wasn't the password. Let's try this one. One of these. For some odd reason, I got 3 of them.
The question, Raybarg, is who exactly would it be sending
Whoa.
those updates to?
Look at this mouse sensitivity. This is me just moving from one side of my mouse pad to the other.
Email?
That's one side to my mouse pad to the other. I turn like 30 or 40 times.
Wow.
Why is that?
Okay, let's take a look.
Mouse sensitivity.
Here.
There we go. That's better. Okay, so let's see. Nasili, what do you got on you? Whoops. What? The whole. Whoops. No. The whole
It is.
key
It is
bindings.
Faeran.
Faeran has it now? Okay.
Yeah, Puzzle Labyrinth. It does
Right.
say that the upkeep will last for another year. 1 year.
Okay.
So we got one more year. We have to remember to keep putting stuff in there.
Also, no, Factional Fight Village has 562 days of upkeep. I
Wow.
think we're pretty
Okay.
good. Yeah. How much money does Faeran have on him?
That's a good question. It's a good question.
Xanadu or Old Stomping Grounds. Oh, look, it's probably doing this jittery thing, is it? See? Okay. This is something I was having issues with before. Oh, what just happened? Okay. So I kind of want to play Wurm in this mode, this full screen windowed mode. Okay, but it's like completely borked for streaming. And this is why I have my windows border on the top and bottom. But like it would be so much better if I was like this, right? But here's what happens: is that if I grab the screen to move, oh no, wait, what is it? Yeah, see how it's like all jittery like that? You see that?
Yes.
I don't know. Now it's not like that on my screen. Like I'm playing, I'm like looking at the screen perfectly fine. There's no jittering on my screen. But the stream is just bugging right out. It's OBS.
Interesting.
Oh,
How are
Takrin.
you capturing?
Yeah. I'm doing a window. I'm capturing my desktop.
Oh.
That way I
If you
can alt
captured, if you
tab.
did a game.
It might work in a game capture, but I wanted the purpose of this would be to like flip between characters.
I see. Flip between characters, have like stuff come up top.
Well,
That's
it's
all
about the
I was doing
resolution.
there.
The resolution's too high to broadcast and play. It's so weird. Anyway.
You do have a 2K screen.
Go away. Yeah. This should come back. So like it's no problem if the game is windowed. That's no problem. So just the only problem is I have the window at the top, like the Windows UI is at the top and the bottom.
You can cut that off if you want.
I could cut it off.
Just crop it away. Crop the top and bottom. Should be the same 16:9 ratio.
Let's do that. Let's do that. Crop it from top. Did that work? No, that's not right. It's that I'm not on the game. Okay, there we go. Yeah. It's just gonna like have a black border on the top and bottom, right? I have to make that bigger. And Takrin, I did grab the contents from the FSP. I didn't take the food storage bin itself, but I grabbed the nettles and the sassafras. So thank you so much for doing that, for letting me come by and grab that from you. What is that underneath my character? Line that up right here. And is there space beneath me? Yes, there's a space beneath me. So I'm just going to bring that down a little bit. There we go. That feels better. Okay, and the top needs cropping a little bit, eh?
Yep.
How does that look? Nope, still a little bit more.
Didn't even see it move.
A little bit more. I just don't want to take the game with it. Is that good?
That's good. Now you just gotta make it bigger if you want, or leave the black bars. And then you will cut off some of the game.
Yeah, I don't want to make it white.
Okay.
I think it's good that. Okay, I see. It's actual screen resolution. Yeah. Okay, I gotta make the text bigger now again. Get that smaller. Yeah, and Serene, you just checked your pristine deed in fear. Good, it's safe.
We all do that.
I know. We always have that. Yeah.
I have no idea. Is there anybody in the chat that doesn't know about the Xanadu Labyrinth? I feel like everybody does, but only because I'm the one that made it. And it's been so long. And I don't want to regurgitate or talk about it in a way that makes it sound like everybody already knows what I'm talking about. Unless everybody does.
I mean, if there's anybody who hasn't heard of the Labyrinth, okay, it's a project that Brian and I made on Xanadu. It's on the SFI servers. And it's designed to be like an adventure puzzle experience. And we made it so that you can just go. No matter, like, it doesn't need any like maintenance or anything like that. You guys can just go and experience the labyrinth, try to solve it. It's a lot of fun. And there's actually a in-game reward that's a unique reward for defeating it. So if you beat the labyrinth,
Yeah,
you get
it's for
your
people that want to
decorational item.
collect rare items.
It's a collection
In this
item, yeah.
case, one of the only rare collectibles that you can only get in the labyrinth, which is
Yeah, you
really
can't
cool.
you can't get it on the North servers, the North Freedom Isles. And Serene says the labyrinth is the best. Really, if somebody hasn't been there, go there. Totally. If you haven't experienced the labyrinth, you should go there.
Oh,
Every starter deed on Xanadu has a teleporter to Linton, specifically for the labyrinth. I'm not sure if they meant to keep those teleporters in there, but you can teleport from any starter deed on
don't tell
Xanadu.
anybody.
So if the
But
devs
really, the
find out,
goal, yeah, for me, if I was going to create a maze here on the north, it would be to either bring that item to the north or to have a special north item.
we couldn't possibly count on the devs to add another item for
But
another maze.
that's the issue, right? Like if the
It was
devs
like
came to us and said, "We will do this for you," I would build it.
you
It's
think
like
so?
if you build it, we will come and give you an item. I would do it. I
I
would
can't
invest all
imagine.
the time.
I can't count on that. Not this. Like you got to remember, back then, the reason why we got that kind of treatment was because of Buddha and
Different
retro.
people.
Yeah, they had that mindset
Oh,
of
Buddha.
community, and oh, we miss Buddha. Mage should
That
get
would
a
be really
non-decay
cool.
status without upkeep. Yeah, that would be cool.
At the
But
time, I think we wanted that, and I had mistakenly thought that heritage uh, sites would not decay, which is not the case at all. Heritage sites do decay. The only thing that you get is like the ability to complain if somebody tries to destroy it. That's
the GMs
essentially
will
what you
come and
get.
fix it. Yeah, the GMs will come and
Yeah.
fix it.
Gives GMs the ability to be like, okay, well, it's a heritage site, so I can actually go against the rules and do something for this.
But yeah,
Um,
we do
or
have to
get
keep the upkeep
towards
on
the
that deed.
rules. But we have to pay the upkeep for that labyrinth
Mm-hmm.
and ourselves to keep it going.
Although we're
And
lucky
then
that like Vooch at the last Impelong, he donated. Well, not like we went over to the Impelong, did a stream there, and he was saying, you know, he would donate a whole bunch of money to the upkeep of that. So that's why that we had an
right,
extra year,
that's why we have extra money. I forgot about that.
right? And
Oh,
also,
but yeah,
anybody who goes to the labyrinth, there's a point after the first little bit where you arrive at the deed token, and anybody at that moment who is willing to put money into the upkeep can. And if you've gotten that far in, I know there are some people who will drop in a 20 copper or whatever because the size of the deed is not that big. I think the size of the deed is literally 20 by 30. So the upkeep is like
couple silver,
a couple silver or whatever it
no more
is,
than 2.5, something like that.
something like that. Um, yeah, so a little bit of upkeep goes a long way when the deed is not that big. So you would do a labyrinth, eh, on the new servers
Mm-hmm.
if the devs come back or come and say that they would give us the similar kind of treatment.
Well, that's the thing. Like, it's not for me and my treatment. It's more for the player base. I like
Right,
the idea of being able
right.
to provide the North Isles players the ability to give them an adventure to come and a reward for them to then put onto their deed.
Right.
Right? It's a good weekend or something for
Yeah.
a group of friends.
It would be cool. It would be a lot of work and a lot of
Most of it would be the
time.
planning.
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
think it would be a lot to actually
that's not true.
make it.
That's not true.
No, like we could make it a community event. You say it's not true, but I can see us being able to do it. It's the planning that took the longest in the last one.
I'm not denying that the
That's what it took.
planning takes a long time. The planning definitely takes a long time, and figuring out how to get stuff to work the way we want it to work, that took a long time. But the actual building of it also took a long time.
Not as long though,
I mean, just think of how long
because
not as long. You're right, but it took months and months and months. There
it
was
does take
like
a while.
just the digging of that initial area, just the digging alone took months.
Yeah, I had an idea of the type of labyrinth that I want to build, but the problem was in order to accomplish it, we had to I
The
needed
mining.
to have dev intervention to put up different points along the maze that would
Yeah.
have been required, like teleportation and stuff.
We would never. You can't. We could never count on that.
And that's what then I sort of just said, nah, like that idea is cool, but
Human memory is
doesn't
unreliable. I
make
might say that
sense.
South Ramp of Madgar wasn't that much work. Sheesh. I know.
And now that we're completely done our labyrinth discussion, welcome back, Valiance.
Like we do know that like the time between starting the labyrinth and finishing the labyrinth was a 3 year time span, but we weren't working on it for all of the 3 years. But we would have to
Yeah, there
expect
was
that
a
a
good
similar thing would
year
happen. A similar thing will happen
that I
again,
was
where like
I
if
would
we
have to
start
plan
a
it. No, there's a good year. Remember, the reason why we stopped was just because I didn't know what to do in the second part of the labyrinth. And because of that, it took me a year to really just be like, oh, that's the like to get that idea and say, oh, you know what I should do is this. And then once I had that idea, I planned it out. And then once I planned it out, it really uh went a lot quicker at that point.
yeah,
It was
true, but
like, okay, now we have
true.
items to put into the walls and stuff. And then at the end, you were like, let's build an entire underground, blah, blah, blah. And then that added
We already knew there
a
was going
bunch
to be
more.
an underground blah blah blah.
Yeah,
We
but it
just didn't
wasn't
know what
as
it
expansive
wasn't going
as
to be as big as it ended up being.
let's make it bigger. Let's take every single tile we could.
Is there no room to the south of us? So let's take a look. So
Like I was
we're
saying, we could probably do it on the step, but
yeah,
because
we
we
could
own
probably
land
do it on this
there.
step. We can't do it on
But
that land
would
though. We'd have to do it on a different
people
spot.
want
The
us to
problem of
get
doing it
rid of the step?
here, yeah. So there's that piece, which is like we would destroy the step. The other piece is that it's very hilly here. Like this place is not flat at all. It's very hilly. There's no like one big large area that's relatively flat even. And I don't mean to say that it has to be flat. It can't be on a slope that you can't traverse. Right? And this whole area is just like a
Mhm.
slope you can't traverse. There's a ridge up at the top that you can go across. But you can't this whole thing is a hill all the way down. And then there's deeds all down here. So all of this area is deeded.
It would have to be easy for people to come and get to from a boat.
Serene Serene's old deed up here, or was it up? Yeah, it was up here. It's also a little bit. It's a kind of. It's a smaller area. I feel. The ideal would be a fresh area that hasn't been mined particularly. The mining is the. I would have to if we were going to do a labyrinth, I would have to make a mag priest. Like that would be like have to. There are some things that you can only pull off by strong walling.
And we need someone who can do lava now, I guess.
Lava. Why?
If we want to get rid of, isn't that a way that you can get rid of tiles? Get rid of veins.
Oh
Or
yeah,
was that,
yeah,
or am
but
I remembering wrong?
you can get rid
Or
of
we
veins
can
that
just
way.
have you just say,
Just I could just
we
mine
can
it
just
out.
have you mine out thousands and thousands and thousands of ore again.
Listen, I have no problem doing that. That part I can do that. That's the part I can do. Look, just in a couple of days, I went over to Kat's place and mined out 2 zinc veins fully for a total of 12,000
Wow.
actions.
Oh, what's your mining now?
90.8.
Nice.
And I got no skill for that, like 0 skill, because it was all zinc, which is like really low. And I'm only using an
Anyway,
80-ish quality pickaxe. Like I can even make this go quite a bit faster if I just work on my skill a little bit more.
Right. You don't have a better hatchet, do you? Probably should have asked that earlier.
What's your hatchet? Circle cutting
20
70.
quality 74.
Okay, I have an 87. I can give you.
You do have a better hatchet.
What hatchet do you have? That's better.
No, that sounds better. 84,
Yeah. I have 87.
87. I have 74.
Okay. So let's
So,
just swap. Hold on, let me just finish this action.
all right. I'm on the wrong floor. Wait, are
Oh,
you
you're coming
coming to
up?
me?
Well, I'll come down. You come up.
Yeah, but I'm gonna. Okay.
Where are you? You're coming up the stairs?
How high is this?
You're coming up the stairs? Where are you? Come
I
up the
did,
stairs. What?
but
Did you go up to the
I
top?
didn't see a way to. I didn't see a way to go to the top from here. So.
Yeah, here, right here. Turn around. Turn yourself around.
Oh, there you are.
Here you go. Yeah.
Where is it?
So it's going to be the way that this is going to work is that it's going to be 2 staircases, one under the other, right? So you come up this one,
Yeah, I see it.
you'll be able to walk along here, and then you come up this one. Kind of like how a house is built, where like the staircase to
Yeah.
from the basement is right on
Makes
top
sense.
of the staircase to the upstairs. Yeah. Hey, Vergant. Good to know that I have an excellent opportunity for skill gain instead of an annoying random blockage. It is the proper way of looking at it. It's like you're mining away, and it's like, oh crap, a silver vein. Yes. More skill. So Valiant, you have a mag priest that can strongwell. He claps over 400 tiles on her deed. Holy crow. Okay. And Raybarg, yeah, I love it when there's 9k big sandstone at 20 quality in my tunnel project. Good thing sandstone is great skill at high levels. Yeah. Totally. Yeah, it's sandstone, gold.
So my idea that for a labyrinth, I don't think we can do unless we
Okay.
had participation by the devs would be the story would basically be of this mysterious item.
Okay.
That's how you would start. It would start that there's an item that exists, some magical item, and it's your job to track down that item. And throughout the labyrinth, almost from the beginning, you would get to a point where you would see the item on like a pedestal, let's say underground. on another level in the middle of a giant labyrinth. And your goal would be to try to get to it.
When you say underground, you mean like
That'd be
dig deep.
potentially. And so it would have to be open enough that you would be able to see it. It would have to be up on something, a house or something that you would be able to view it. And so that would be like the first half. It would be for you trying to get there,
Okay.
giving you the ability to view the goal and not being able to really and
Get
trying to
there.
work out how you would get up there.
Okay.
But just before you make it there, like as you accomplish the goal that you want, and you're going down the way and you can see it and you're approaching it, the tile before it gets you get teleported away to some other location. And then starts part 2 of your quest. And eventually the goal would be that you would end up with that item, only to find out that it's like magical properties has dissipated and it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. And now it's just a useless trinket that you're going to hang in your house or something.
But see, what if like if you get teleported away from it, then how are you going to get back to it
That's the trick.
from a different plate from a different direction?
You wouldn't get back to it. It would be in a different location, right? So that's just
Oh,
like a
I see. I
trick
see.
item
I see. I see.
in the grand scheme of things, anyway.
Okay. Well, minus the
Anyway, it's not
teleporting, we could
possible.
do something similar to that.
Or item.
We could make
Minus
it.
teleporting or item.
Okay, but yeah,
It would just be a
the
story.
item is, but let's suppose we buy into the idea that, let's say the devs were to, because you're saying the only like if the devs were to say, hey, we'll make an item as a reward for beating the labyrinth. Let's say we have that. I mean, I'm just trying to think of it. Like the way that we did the labyrinth, we were lucky that we had Retro there who was able to put in teleports, right? Because it wouldn't have worked if we didn't have the teleport from the end to the beginning in the same way. It would just
Mm-hmm.
pop them out at the end.
That's true.
Yeah. And Vergen says, use the mountain east of Cat's Island for labyrinths, but you're on the other side. What about an item that can always teleport you back inside the labyrinth when used? That way it's contained within the game, being the labyrinth itself. Yeah, I honestly feel
That'd
like the
be
devs
funny.
would not agree to putting an item in the game that would make it so that you could teleport.
Yeah. People would start using it to teleport to Melody. Unless you're thinking that the labyrinth would just be on its own plane of existence or something.
Hmm.
Which I
Honestly,
don't
like we
think that
should,
they would do.
if we're to create a labyrinth, I honestly feel like we should start off without assuming the devs would do anything to help. We'd have to start from that, like the same way we started the original labyrinth.
Right. And
And
that's when I'm not sure it would get done or completed. Because it's sort of like half a thing. It's an adventure that lacks its reward.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, Vergant, there's a way to counteract the teleport from anywhere sort of thing, but what you if they added it, they would just have to negate any ability for its abuse, right? And essentially, it would just have to be useless to do it, and just make it so You can only use it once every so often. Can't use it in combat. You can't use it in certain areas, sort of thing. Uh, and then its teleport function would have to just be useless. Like, I'm teleporting to nowhere useful, so that people aren't using it to get to places. But yeah, it would be easier to not have to add that and not have to theorize different ways that people can abuse it.
I don't think. Yeah, we're going a little bit far on this. Like, I don't think that we're talking about having the prize of the labyrinth being something that you could use to teleport. I feel like if if we're gonna like the prize should just be like a
It's
trinket,
just
you
a
know, like
trinket,
a
like the Puzzle King's
mm-hmm, crystal ball.
reward, crystal ball.
Okay, what do I have here? I have narrow, Oriole, narrow. Okay, oh, it's Orioles, two Orioles surrounded by narrow. So maybe an Oriole in the middle, two narrows on the side. So let's make this a narrow.
And to me, it doesn't matter what the reward is. It just has to look cool. It has to be something that's different and that you would be proud to put in your house somewhere.
Yeah, it is a pity that Stone doesn't have a decent balcony option. That would be really cool. Hopefully, they start adding these sorts of things in this construction update. That would be the next one after the exploration.
Well, to me, it's not about needing more wall types, because they did that and it wasn't great. It was good, but it wasn't great, right? We got reskinning of different things. What I'd want to see is brand new wall of construction abilities, hanging floors,
Okay,
uh,
but what about, like, you know how they have
half
the Oriole, right? And you can have like Oriole in all sorts
what
of
half
different.
tile.
Okay, half tile
I'm
floors.
thinking
That would be
more like
great.
features.
That would
Half
be
tile
cool.
floors,
But you know
diagonal
how they have like
walls.
in the timber framed wall, they have a balcony type.
Hmm.
I'd love to see a balcony type for stone. I think that they can
Right.
add more
That's
things
a
like that.
fairly minor thing.
Well, if it's fairly minor, then I'd love to see lots of those different things. You know, like they have the barred
Sure.
portcullis, that the barred wall, but it's stoned. Why not add one that's like a portcullis but doesn't open, like that's completely barred and solid?
Sure. I mean, list all of the ones that you would want or what people would want. Uh, and they could do that. They should do that. They should
A
do it maybe
tapestry,
in a different way,
a tapestry with the factional
right?
fight logo on it. What
Let's
do you
go
mean in a
back
different way?
to our own, yeah, so our own discussion about progression. Okay.
Okay.
Why not make construction something that you progress in more than just now you can do stone, now you can
Right.
do whatever, sandstone or something.
I mean, that should have
Maybe
been done
it's
a while
like
ago.
okay, build your wall, and now unlock the ability to do more wall types. That would be a start
Uh-huh.
via some sort of skill progression. Introduce different abilities to do construction, different types. Uh, maybe it's not so much that they introduce different wall types, but they introduce different ability to vary a wall type. So the mechanic would be, first you build a stone wall. Second, you have the ability to now alter that stone wall to look like something else based on something that you've decided to earn. with like a stone chisel or something.
That would be cool.
So instead
There,
of a mechanic of basically us saying, I opened up my crafting window and I saw 50 different types of wall types, and now I've got to select the one that I want, it's more like I built my wall and now I've unlocked the ability to vary that wall type to different looks depending on what I've decided to earn
mm,
through my progression. Allowing you to earn, and this goes back to the whole, let's say, alternate advancement type of thing or specialization thing, whatever you want to call it. I specialize in this in my construction. I now have a tree where I have to decide. I earn points every time that I'm making buildings, and it gives me points so that I can put towards different wall types that I want to unlock for my character. And then the mechanic in the game is I create a wall, and based on that wall, I earn the ability to now alter that wall to something more fancy,
mm.
whatever it is.
Reganation says
That's
round or
probably
half
how I
round
would do it.
walls. That'd be so cool. I don't think that they are going to do anything like this, but a wall that kind of like goes from this corner to that corner, sort of like in a round kind of way, like that.
Right.
There's
Yeah,
so
that would
many
be cool.
issues
So
with that, though. They'd have to.
we've got
There's so much,
round.
so much work that
I'm
had
not
to be done
sure
for
what
that, though.
there would have to be a lot of work. I'm not sure what the issue. I don't think the issues are what we think it is. Would be maybe.
I think the issues would be the tile system that they have would have to be completely overhauled. The tile border system, I mean. Like, I'm not saying that's
Or
huge because
what
the
way?
tile border system was overhauled for multi-story, right?
Right.
They had to make
But
it
what way? So let's
so.
theorize this. Okay. So
Currently,
you
all walls
create a
must be placed
circle.
on a tile, right? So you have to pick a
Sure.
tile and say, I want a wall on that tile, and then it'll put a wall on that tile. But if you want a round wall that goes from one corner to the diagonal opposite corner of the tile, you now
Mm-hmm.
have to come up with a system that allows you to build a wall that spans two tile borders, but doesn't actually rest on either of them.
So it would have to be a double wall length, half circle wall,
Half circle wall. Yeah.
based on where
Or
you're
it's actually a
standing. So let's
quarter.
say
It's
you're
like a
standing
quarter.
there.
It's a quarter circle wall. All tiles would need to be triangled. Yeah. Sure, something would have to be done. I'm not a programmer, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, that
It's
wall is
true. For any
buggy.
change like that, they would have to redo something. But that's sort of what I would be expecting.
Yeah.
Whether it's like the half tile or the diagonal tile or whatever. That's the logical next step in worm housing construction development. And then
Mm.
after they develop, okay, well, can we technically do this? They say yes. Now they have to discuss how do we implement it as a progression in the game. Or do they just do what they've normally done and just give it to you? Now everyone can just do this. And then we run into the issue of it just stepping against what this game really needs, which is really achievements and earning and progression.
Progression. Let's see, did that fix that? Yeah, that fixed that. Whoops.
Right? Because the real goal is like, and whatever we all talk about, the allure of this game is that it takes time to do things. And so you, by the end of it, you feel like you have achieved something grand and massive. The only thing that they don't do in this game is make you feel that way with its progression of like achieving and unlocking items that you can then progress to create and achieve, and it's kind of lacking in that way.
Mm. Yeah, log cabin, that's been long discussed. I do hope they add a log cabin style wall. That would be cool. And tiles don't really exist. They're simply rendered. It's the corners that hold all the data. The walls originate from the southwest corner and rendered towards the northeast direction. Yeah, I've heard that the tile corners is all the data. So then I guess can they create it so that a wall can be created? See, why then, if it's all in the tile corners, why can't they just make a wall that goes diagonally across the tile then? Make
They
a
should
wall
just
that goes from
change
this
the
tile
way that they
corner.
do the system. Like tiles are old. If the tile
Yeah.
doesn't matter, then really, and the points matter, then what they really need to do is just allow a construction system where first you pick the type of wall that you want, and then that wall would hover on your cursor, just like placing an item down.
Mm.
And then you can just use the mouse to position the item based on the corner,
So it snap to the
allowing you
corners.
to then, it would snap to a corner, and then it would allow you to then say, okay, make it, on this tile, make it diagonal, make it this, like whatever.
Mm.
Maybe it snaps to the corner, and then you just drag your mouse and it just will rotate
Or
around
whatever
that.
other. So you could like just say I
Yeah,
want 2 tiles wide wall, like from this tile corner to that tile corner.
sure. Or you can do it diagonally, right?
Yeah, different
Even if
roof
they want to
angles would
do
be
it
cool.
per wall,
Roof
so just
shapes.
like one wall.
They need the roof shape that's like a triangular peak, but at the front face it's
Yeah.
flat. They don't have that.
And they would have to redo the whole roof system to accommodate all these things.
So Raybark says the round wall would be possible for his programmer head. It's just you tilt the rendering of the wall by 45 degrees and you render a rounded model. Like I don't know how it's stored
Yeah,
currently, but
it
is
would
let's
be
say
more
this
data
is this wall's
for
data
sure.
stored as between two corners? Like it knows the corners between which the wall is? Or is it that one corner holds the data for this wall? That's probably how it is. This tile corner will hold the data for this one wall. The wall is part of the corner, right?
Each corner would have to be hold the data of two walls, wouldn't it? Something like
No,
that.
I think it's just
North and
this.
east or something.
Yeah, just one corner. So the south. I guess it says the walls originate from the southwest corner. So the southwest corner. Let's say this tile here. Where's the south? That is the southwest corner. So that data will hold. That tile will hold the data for this wall. If there was a wall on this corner here or this tile here, and then probably it also holds the data for the tile itself, like what floor there'll be there.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's just one corner per wall for the data. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, gable roof. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, one corner must hold the data for 2 walls. Yes. Right, but this tile is like this ladder opening, for example. Like, where is that information stored? In that corner, right? That corner says that this tile will be a ladder opening. Yeah, yeah. So it's that's the southwest corner right there. Or the southwest, yeah, corner. Being able to build your own roof would be so nice, yeah. Or being able to build, yeah, like similar to how Valheim has their roof system set up. Is really cool, but I don't have too much hope that this game is going to get developed to the point where everything is all as nice as we would want it. Unfortunately.
Anyway, I mean, the discussion's only there because they were talking about like a construction update or something. And if they are, that's sort of where our mind goes, right?
Right.
We basically
And
want to say, okay, we couldn't do this before, now we can do this. Like this is
this
sort of
is
what we
where
expect.
the devs need to come up with a way to temper people's expectations. I mean, my expectations have been tempered over time just because I would go off on these wild things like, wow, they're going to add this. This is so cool. Like, it would be like this. And I have all these ideas of what it could be. And then it comes in, I'm like, no, that's not at all what I was thinking. And then that happens enough times that you're like, okay, they're definitely not going to be thinking on that level, the same level that I'm thinking on. We have the best game of its type as it is. We just hope for more. It is so true. Okay, and it was the catapulting targeting that allowed you to figure out the corner tiles. The damage was only applied to walls that were owned by the target tile. I see. Interesting. You're still holding out for a return to the older, cleaner anvil models? Yeah. Probably not going to happen. They're probably not going to go back to older things, that's for sure.
That's one thing that I hope that could be part of an update because it feels like that would be a separate thing
What, older anvil
where they could
models?
have separate no, they could have separate people working on it, basically what I'm saying. Like they're relying a lot on the
Separate
developers to
people
do
working
their
on the
work.
game?
That's the yeah, like that's the bottleneck as far as I'm aware. Like
What's the
they can
bottleneck?
create all these different assets. They can create all these uh new and wonderful artwork or whatever, but the bottleneck is programming the logic in that makes it do something. And so what would hope is that the artists and stuff are coming in and basically saying, okay, well, what could I do that doesn't involve me needing uh, a programmer? You know, what assets can I improve? What assets can I change? How can I
I
do
see.
this? If I worked all of this, what is the least amount of work that a program would have to do? An example could be doing artwork for different models depending on how damaged they are. Does every model have a damage look, or there's
Right.
some missing?
There's a lot missing. There are some that do, but there's a lot missing.
And so that since that's already programmed in, I sit there and be like, okay, let's add that piece of immersion in for these items.
I mean, I almost feel like that
And
was what the monthly skins was, right? Like, program this system. Once it's in, then all you need to do is have the artist program a new skin and put it into the system. I feel like
while I wish I
that's
could
how that
enjoy
is.
that system,
Yeah, me too.
I can't wrap my head around it
Me neither. I don't
on
understand the
where it
skins.
fits into the game.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It feels like a game chess group type of edition,
Maybe.
even if they weren't even around at the time. I don't even
Yeah,
remember.
but I'd agree that it feels like that kind of edition where it honestly doesn't have any. It doesn't fit into the game for me. It's not rewarding to go to the token and spend my marks on a skin. That doesn't. No matter how cool it looks, it's not rewarding.
Yeah, anyway. Uh, what were we talking about? Yeah, I would very much would like them to do a construction update that provides us with brand new types of uh, abilities that I would have to then unlock, construction types that I would have to then unlock
Right.
and earn
Progression. Add progression.
as a reward.
Honestly, if they add progression anywhere, I'll
That'd
be
be cool.
happy. I just don't see anywhere in the roadmap. The whole roadmap had no progression in it whatsoever.
Mm.
Unless, I guess you could argue that the animal husbandry update added more progression in the animal husbandry
How did that
skill.
go?
Poorly. Went very poorly. It
All
seems as
you
though,
animal update people,
I mean,
animal husbandry breeders.
yeah, they're working on it
What
apparently.
is lacking in it, and are they addressing those points?
Yeah, for the skins, like, sure, they added a nice skin. It looks really cool. You go get it. But to what level does that enhance gameplay for you? Like zero. There's nothing to do to get it other than click the token and say, I want it. Then you get it and you have it. And it looks cool. But it doesn't add something to work towards, something to achieve. You didn't do any work to get that thing. So it's like this building is going to feel really nice once it's done. I'm going to move all my smithing stuff in. I'm going to just feel like yes because I put in all this work to design it, to like do the whole gameplay bit for it. And that's what's rewarding. The end result after all the effort. But the skins don't have any of that. The skins are just click, you got it, it's yours. They look cool.
I mean, out of everything that they're doing, if we just forget about all that and we just ask you, like the next update, what do you want to see in the game? What is the thing that would excite you the most? Not what about the update excites you. What update do you want that would excite you? What would that be?
I mean, if they were to do the whole troll cities being constructed by the trolls and added a decent amount of rewards for defeating them, I'm down for that. I would like to see elements put into the game that get me off my deed, that get me to participate in events with other people. That I mean, the update where the constructing of the events, like constructing something and it does an event, that would be great. I don't know.
Which one would you take if they only did one?
I would do the constructing one because the other one seems so random.
Mm.
Like it seems so random because you'd have to go hunting for them and you'd have to hope that one spawned somewhere that you're going to go look. Whereas the other one seems a lot more controlled. Like I like the controlled aspect of it, where you can plan and occupy. It
Unless
can
they were
occupy a lot of
everywhere.
time.
How about if they were everywhere?
If they were everywhere, that would be
Like,
good. Yeah, there was more
like,
than
like
anybody could
you'd
possibly
have a
get rid of.
tier. Exactly. Every time you get rid of one, another one would appear. But it would be something like this. There would be different tiers. So you'd have the lowest one to get you into it, which would just be little tiny huts or something with a couple goblins or something.
Yeah, like
And
5 or
those
6
would be
goblins or
everywhere.
whatever.
They
Yeah.
have little caches. And then less or more rare would be like the larger one, and then more rare would be a larger one than that. And it would just keep going until there's like a
Sure,
rare castle or something somewhere.
that'd be cool. I'd be down for that. Like as long as there was something to keep you going, right? Like if they're not common enough, then you go out and you finally find one, you kill it, and then like you think to yourself, "There's no chance that I'm going to find another one." Then that's not a good system. But if it's like I can go out and all day I'm just hunting trolls, that would be good.
Hmm. I feel like they need a clothing update.
No kidding.
That'd be what I would
You would vote
excite
for?
me the most. And the way that that would work to me would
You've never been
be,
a tailor in this game.
well, think of this, okay? It wouldn't be tailor specific clothing.
Okay.
It would be different kinds of outfits that would
Enhance.
enhance what you're wanting to do.
I
A
see that
miner
coming.
outfit, a blacksmith outfit, yeah,
Yeah.
a wood cutting outfit, a carpenter outfit, and it's not so much the outfits, to be honest, that like yeah, they're great. They would provide some sort of uh, progression. You could have better outfits than other outfits. You can enhance the outfits, giving you better whatever. It doesn't have to be like just skill gain. Like this gives you more skill gain, but you've got to have worse, uh, like better enhancements that have nothing to do with skill gain. We've talked about them with the enhancement system
Yeah.
in the past, and the goal to me and what would actually be the most attractive for an update like that is everybody in the world would then look like what they actually do.
Right. Or yeah, or what they're doing in that
Yeah.
moment.
No one would, everyone wouldn't just look like they're out to go destroy like the goblin camp or something. Like you're literally looking like you're about to go on a troll hunt, but all you're doing is construction of a wall.
Right. Exactly. This is what I'm looking like while I'm building my house.
And it would make everybody look more like their profession, what they
Hmm.
love to do in this game. And that to me is the most exciting, that everybody would actually have a personality
Yep.
and be
That
able to
would be
show it.
cool. Right. You know what the developers need and what the vision of this game needs is just the passion around the game. Like the developers need to feel like they're building a game that they would love to play themselves. And I feel like that's missing.
Because I literally, I won't wear anything. I go around naked in this game. Why? Because it's the most beneficial for my gameplay style.
Yep.
I want to be able to walk the fastest. I don't need to hunt or kill anything. And there's no benefit for me to wear any clothes whatsoever. Literally a naked lumberjack right now.
Yep. I mean, it does suck that putting on any amount of clothes slows you down. That just seems like a design flaw.
Right. So there's this entire armor or like clothing system, an entire window dedicated to this character that I don't ever have to worry about, or it's not part of my gameplay, has
Right.
nothing to do with anything to do with my uh, progression at all.
Yeah, and cloth does slow you down.
It
Let me just
feels
see.
like a missing,
Let's see. Does
feels like a
cloth slow
missing
me down?
opportunity there.
Let's check this out.
Or when
No, maybe it
combat, and
doesn't. Maybe cloth doesn't slow you down.
we talk
Unequip.
about, yeah, maybe not.
Oh yeah, cloth
I
does
thought
not.
it used to like quite a small amount.
Right.
I don't know if I'm remembering wrong. I could just be
Yeah.
misremembering.
So cloth doesn't slow
Or
you
maybe they
down.
changed it. But
Yeah, I
it's
don't know.
like I've
But then
got
they need
no
more.
reason to wear anything.
Right. Other than it looks.
No benefit to me whatsoever in anything that I do to put on any clothes. And that's just my gameplay style. That's just the way that I play. And I feel like yeah, that's a huge missed opportunity because combat is not the main focus of this game. That's not the sole reason why people play. It's one of the reasons why people play. If at all a reason. And so, where's all of the clothing types that benefit me as a woodcutter and as a blacksmith and as a tailor and all that stuff?
That would be a cool new system to add to the game. Just clothing that adds functionality. Because that could be a very expansive system.
Yeah, it's two parts there, right? The first part is figuring out the functionality of what clothing could do for all the different professions, and then the second part is building clothes that can then be used to distinctly identify the different profession types.
Right.
And then I guess the third part is to bring in all that variety in the different
Yep.
clothing types,
And then you can mix and
representing
match.
style and progression.
Right. So you think it was AD&D Second Edition that had an optional rule set that gave modifiers for partial armor types. For example, just wearing plate helmet would not warrant a dexterity reduction. Just for wearing a single piece of heavy armor. It'd be nice to see a system where each item had its own benefit penalty instead of a blanket penalty based on the worst piece worn. Ponders an outfit to help with puppeteering. No worries, Bergen. I think I got your idea. They have a little bit of that. Like, I know with like casting, I could wear one piece of armor and it won't affect this bonus, for example. But once you put on two, it does. You think they should add incense so priests can burn it for benefits? Yeah. You could give a karma reward for defeating new points of interest. X amount of karma to enchant a clothing type with things like that. So yeah, they could expand on the karma system in that way. In Reganation, you say, I would like an item that you can craft that is usable on a tool to make it get some sort of minor bonus, like a sharpening stone to use on a hatchet that can increase you to get better quality.
Oh my god.
The problem is that they already have the runes system and the imbues, and this would only be a third thing, you know? So as I was saying before, like they need one system where you can continually add new things to that system. Right now it's like disparate systems.
I'm telling you, the item enhancement system.
Item
It's a
enhancement
thing,
system.
right?
Should
Regulation.
Vergant, your pet peeve is your Drake hide is heavy armor. I don't think it's. Does it count as heavy armor towards like the penalties? Is that what it is? Yeah, we need to stop naked priests wearing single plate gauntlet. Yeah. Pipeweed crops to smoke. Yep.
I loved like years ago when we went through the different examples and scenarios for what an enhancement system could look like in Wurm.
Yeah.
And all you have to do is say, hey, pick an item. It doesn't matter, any item in the whole game that you create. And think about different ways that that item could be better. Each one of those ways could be considered an enhancement that you can then apply to that item if you gain a specific skill and unlock the ability to use that enhancement. And we had used, I think, a cart as an example.
There's the twofold bit there, right? Like you get the skill required to use that enhancement, and then another system to unlock the ability, and that the unlocking of the ability will make it somewhat limited into what you can enhance. Like think as complicated as the amount of recipes there is for cooking in this game, and make it so that each one of those things you would have to individually unlock, and that the unlocking process is not quick. It's not like you can just go ahead and unlock every single possibility. That way you become the person that's able to
years
put these
doing it.
Yeah, you're
And
the
you'd have to
one who can do
specifically be
that.
doing that to earn that right. Like that would be one of a new grind to go
Mm,
through. That
yeah.
people would love to do that.
Yep.
I would love to do that.
I'd love to do that. Anything that allows me to unlock abilities for my character that will make my stuff better. That's just content in my
You
book.
remember Do you remember what we said? Like, let's use a large cart as an example. How could you
Okay.
enhance a large cart?
Well, it can hold more,
Hold more,
go faster.
faster. How
It
about
could
one could be faster up hills
faster up hills.
or
That's one that I wish.
faster down hills? How about being able to traverse slightly more sloped terrain?
Yep.
Being able to carry another passenger?
That would be so good.
We can keep going. And this is all just with one item. And each
Hmm.
one could be considered a small enhancement, and each enhancement could improve it by slightly small amount. And then items, let's say you get to a large cart. Let's say you think of 10, 20 different things that you can enhance on a large cart. And let's say you spent the time and you earned all 20 of those ability to put onto a large cart. But that large cart based on your skill could only hold 3 of those enhancements. And now you
Or
have to make a
or
decision.
one of those enhancements, and
One,
then in order to get to two, you need to do more of something.
exactly. And then you would level it up, and then you would unlock the ability to add a second enhancement, and then unlock the ability to add a third enhancement. And then you still have to choose out of those pool of 20,
And
what
potentially
do I
those
put on this?
enhancements, potentially for those enhancements, each one would require certain materials of some kind. You
Exactly.
know,
So, and then to get that enhancement, you'd have to then build the enhancement, whatever it is, like on an enhancement tool bench or whatever, a workbench. And then you would take that enhancement, you'd have to apply it to the item and then get it to work. And of course, you'd have to have all the skills and everything necessary for this to function. And you have to earn all of this stuff. So by that time, you've spent a lot of time earning the right to do this and getting the materials to get that enhancement in there. And now you still are building this large cart that's very particular with the enhancements that you apply to it, because it only can take 2 or 3 or 4, depending on how skilled of a master fine carpenter you are. And
mm.
then at that point, not like you can't since you can't apply every single different type of enhancement to one cart, you basically will have different carts that do different things for you. So you create variety in the same item type.
Right now, you apply that same
And
concept
now,
to pickaxes, to
yes,
hatchets, to hammers, to every item in the game.
all of a sudden you take that concept and apply it to everything that you could possibly build.
Now,
And that's an update.
this whole system would have to require like get rid of the ruins and imbues, right? Because you create this
Or
one
just have that
system,
as a separate thing.
or
Or
have
have that
those
as an
as
additional
components. No,
things.
you have those as components
Exactly.
for the enhancement system, right? Like you create the enhancement system as one full complete thing that has all of the already imbues and all those features already baked in there. You use the materials that you get from the uniques and from the rifts and possibly from future things that will all go into this whole system. And
I
that way
would
you can
say that
still.
they would be like the high level tiered enhancements. Right? You'd
Right. So
have
like
different tiered enhancements, right?
each enhancement has tiers, right? Like you have a enhancement that makes the cart go faster, but then you have a higher tier that makes it go even faster than that. That would require, let's say, ruin mats or blood from the uniques. And
And
then
a
you have
higher
lower
level
versions,
skill
higher level
and an
skill,
enhancement.
exactly.
You'd have to learn how to do that
That
particular higher
particular
level
enhancement.
version of the enhancement.
Hmm.
You know, almost like an endless pool of things to achieve and earn.
Yeah, and you make it so that it's hard to get everything. Like you couldn't possibly get all the possible enhancements for every item in the game. Well, you could, but it would be the same as getting 100 in every skill in the game. You know, you make it like
It
that.
wouldn't take long for you to get an enhancement. It would just take very long for you to get every enhancement, almost
Oh,
impossible. And therefore,
exactly.
you've built a system that gives you uh,
Endless.
achievements and within a short period of time, but have an unlimited supply of those virtually.
Yeah. Not only could it be
That
unlimited, like so many, it's that you can keep adding more later.
anyway,
Like, oh, you want to add another like troll hut thing? Okay, that's going to drop mats that will add a whole branch of new enhancements for such and such thing.
just be materials that could be used for this new type of enhancement that they've wanted to add,
Yeah.
or tiered enhancement.
What's interesting about, because Valence is saying some really nice ideas in here today. Like, I feel like I can't think. Did we say an idea that we've never said before? Like, I feel
All
like
of
all
these
of
ones
these,
are ideas that we've had like five,
and we
7 years ago.
and we've hashed them out. We like laid out all the details of them. Yeah, but
But
all
it's
the hope
it's
that,
just the passion, right? And the hope.
yeah,
That's probably the one that would affect the most amount of people, I would say.
yeah,
Like a
that would
complete
that would
enhancement system. There'd be no one thinking, "Oh, enhancement system, oh, that's not really part of my play
I
style."
right.
You're going to create an enhancement and you're going to
Everybody
want
is gonna, yeah, everybody's gonna
because
want to
every
get their stuff better.
profession, every item, everything would be able to use it.
Yeah, yeah, different wheel types for carts. That would be cool.
Yeah, you could even get into an
Yeah,
enhancement
Bergen.
that's just visually different. You might want to have varieties of those. Could have enhancements to change the way that your cloak looks or your feet, your shoes look or something. Only
Oh yes,
for really role play purposes, but that's a choice that you have. You could then apply it if you wanted to your shoes or whatever.
yeah, and totally understandable, Valiance. We do have different times, and not everybody can make it to every stream. You think there'll ever be a stone shard crusher to
That's
turn
why
into sand or new material?
but that's why we keep saying the same thing over and over again, Valleys.
I know we do say we
Just
we
for
say it all the
you,
time. Yeah.
because we know you can't always come to the stream.
Honestly, if they're going to do something like that, it would have to have some bigger purpose. I feel it could have to be a part of something else. Ooh, I'm getting so close to finishing this roof.
I would say no. That's a great idea, Reaganation, because and that should just be applied to every single material, shouldn't it? Another thing that you can build that will then take materials, turn them into other kinds of materials for other kinds of purposes.
Hmm. What I'm saying is that if you're going to add something like
Obviously,
this, then you would need to add other purposes for which to use those materials.
exactly. This is this
Right.
is this could go alongside uh, like an enhancement update, as an example.
Yeah.
How do you
Yeah.
get those
Yeah.
enhancements? Well, you take these materials, you build this new machine that they can then you insert your regular materials in, turns them into some refined version of it so that you can use them for different kinds of enhancements.
Mm. Making these 30 large crates is driving you insane. Yeah, it's a lot of crates. I know you have tons more. You'd like to see some items that need mules or donkeys to power them, like a stone crusher. That'd be cool.
What happened to mules and donkeys? Are they
They're in. They're in. In fact, I
are
was
people
actually.
happy with them, or
I think
do they
so.
have useful uh
What's
new
nice,
features to them that
what's nice about
people aren't using?
the donkeys, because they spawn donkeys everywhere,
Mm.
so you can just walk out and find donkeys, is that they can be rideable by new players, and
Yeah, they're
they
supposed
go
to have replaced cows, I guess.
yeah, and they go decently fast. So like a brand new character getting on a wild donkey will go maybe 13 or 14 or something like that. So that's good.
Isn't that more than the wild horse?
No, like
Or is it, did they
the
change
donkey might
wild
be
horse?
13, horses might be 14 or something like that. It's like slightly really close to a horse.
Wow.
Um,
Okay. So why is that a good thing?
um,
Or
well,
do
donkeys
people
are.
feel like that diminishes the achievement of riding a horse?
I don't think so. Horses can overall go faster as a single rider. Um, like I really feel like donkeys don't. And I could be wrong because I haven't tested this, but let's say you get a 5-speed donkey and fully gear it out. I don't think that would go as fast as, let's say, a 5-speed ebony fully geared out. When I say 5-speed, I mean, the top speed, whatever it is now. Um,
I'm
Mules,
guessing they can't take armor or like items,
I don't know.
donkeys. Or
They they can take saddles, so you can put saddlebags. But I
do they
don't know
make
if you
them
can.
faster?
Saddles make the donkeys faster. Yeah. Same with horseshoes.
Hmm.
You can put horseshoes on a donkey. Mules are good draft, so they can pull carts better
Then
um,
horses?
than horses. They're like bison, but
Bisons?
they're like bison. I think like they have the extra draft pulling capability like bisons do.
Hmm.
But you also can put gear on them. But the
Oh,
downside to mules is that you can't breed mules. The way to get a mule is to breed a donkey with a horse, which I like that
can't
because
breed
then
mule
let's
on a mule?
no mule on mule doesn't breed, and that's actually the way it works in
Hmm.
real life too. A mule is a interbred species
Yeah.
between a donkey and a horse, and it's not a species in itself because it's a sterile. They can't reproduce.
Okay.
Um, but in the game, they added them as like draft animals. I'm actually debating on whether I should bid on this. There's somebody selling 3 draft mules, like a pair of mules.
Are they really tough to get or
I don't know. Right now, draft traits is really tough to get because of the way the breeding system
Hmm.
works. People are having real tough time getting the reason why speed traits weren't a hard thing is because all horses were horses, right? So like you had
Yeah.
an old 5-speed horse, the new system comes in, they're all speed horses. So breeding those together, you now have basically a good speed. But getting the draft, people were saying at the beginning, it's like I feel like I have to go out and get wild horses again and breed them from
Hmm.
scratch to get the draft that I wanted because for them it was really challenging. I really like how this roof turned out, but why are there bars across here? What the?
That
You guys
looks like
see that?
a bug.
Okay. Do you
Visual
think it's a
bug maybe?
bug, a visual? Yeah, I was about to say. Do you think it's just a visual bug?
Can you right click the ground and then tell it to like remove the roof above? Or the
No.
I'm guessing no.
And I can't target the bars that coming
Yeah,
across
like it
here.
doesn't exist or shouldn't
It's like
exist.
it
It looks
doesn't
like just
exist. Yeah.
a
I've never
remnant.
seen that. I've never seen that before. We've built a lot, and I've never seen that
Hmm.
happen before.
Do you think it's
Like
a
I wonder if
client issue?
I was about to say, like, what if I just come over with Xander and take a peek at it? There's another wall that needs rotating. This like turned out pretty nice, actually. I like this.
It did, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a client thing, so Xander doesn't see it. Okay, that's weird.
Okay. Yeah. There you go. Just a visual bug.
All right, so let's get rid of these ladders and like see what happened, because I'm gonna have to get off soon.
Okay.
Just get rid of these ladders. This part doesn't take too long, I think. It's just 2 actions each, I think. Yeah, so my character's hallucinating, I know.
But I
You
almost
always hated
wonder,
the.
and this goes
Yeah.
with Raybarg, saying you always hated when the newbie time when you could only ride a cow. By introducing donkeys and whatnot, does that negate a new player by basically saying, okay, well, I never experienced that hardship. There is no hardship anymore. It's like basically giving you something similar to a horse. And does that change the achievement or wanting to get the achievement of the 21 body control
Mm,
because of that? Like they went too far in the ease of use direction.
right.
And that I'm not sure. Like, is anybody, any brand new players?
So yeah, I want to rotate that wall before I
Because the
can't.
brand new player might think it's amazing. Like, it's great. Look, I can ride a donkey. Everything's great, which is fine. Like, that's good. Uh, but now, do they not need to achieve riding a horse? Is that's less desirable, I should say, right? Because it's extremely desirable. It's one of the main things that we tell players. Like, this is one of your things you have to accomplish because it's a big deal. You want to ride a horse. Is that something you still tell people? Or is it less of a thing now? Is it like, yeah, 21 body control, you'll get the ability to ride a horse, but let it come naturally. There's not a rush. If you just do your stuff, you'll eventually get there. Does that become the message? But I've never ridden a donkey, so I'm not sure how slow or fast compared. Like, it definitely needed to be faster than a cow because that was terrible. It needs to be
Mm.
useful without it being completely useful, if that makes sense. Like, you should be riding a donkey and you should be thinking, man, I cannot outrun such and such on this
Yeah,
thing.
I do feel like donkeys can pretty well outrun
Like,
anything.
I wish I
Most
could get
things.
on a horse so that I can.
Which
Like,
way am I
I'm not
looking
sure, really
here?
sure what, because I almost feel like they should just have it as a hard cap or some sort of downfall to the donkey. Like, the donkey gets tired and goes slower after your stamina runs out or something.
These walls are so annoying. I wish they could fix them. Okay, I think I got
Or
it.
maybe the donkey has stamina, and then if it runs out of its stamina, you'd have to stop for like a second, let it regen, and then go. And be like, well, horses don't have that. There had to be some deterrent, basically, is what I'm saying,
Yeah, yeah.
so that the accomplishment of a horse
It feels better. Yeah, I
still
agree.
feels as good.
I
And that's
agree.
what I don't know. Like, I don't really know what they did.
Okay, so let's keep going with the destroying of this. Yeah, I'm
And
not
you're right,
exactly
Raybar.
sure.
Like, the cow was terrible.
The cow was terrible.
Wasn't
The cow was like 8. He would go
uh,
8 kilometers an hour.
8, you would
I,
go like 5. I don't know. It would go pretty slow.
sometimes, but I do feel like donkeys are like can go 13 or so, which does put it on the cusp of not being able to outrun. I think hellhounds. I could be wrong, or like maybe it's like alert crocodiles or something like that can still chase you down. But I feel like that's the
Okay,
case
so
even
I
with blank horses too, wild horses.
Right. I just don't have any idea what they did.
Yeah, I don't know. We'd have to go through the experience to see how it is.
Yeah. How does that affect the newbie experience?
Yeah. I like how the roof shape ended up. It's like a unique little, like on this side. So I'm hoping to get a similar
Yeah.
thing on the other side, although it won't be
Sure. Yeah.
as good looking,
You
I
only have
think.
4 tiles, huh?
Yeah, there's only 4 tiles, so I'm gonna do one short one and the other 3 tall. So it's just gonna look like sort of basic, I think. Like the reason why it ended up this
What are
way
you
is
gonna
because there
do
was.
with that area?
So the bigger side is gonna be my blacksmithing.
I'm surprised you made it closed. I thought you
I
wanted it to
know.
be open
I just couldn't think of
at
a
the
way to
point.
make it nice and open. You know.
Hmm.
I think
That's why
this
I
is
thought you were
fine.
just gonna do
Like a balcony.
like a balcony. Yeah.
I know, but that just doesn't look as good as this looks. This looks so much
All
better.
right. Well, it's true.
Like if I was going to do that, I would want to make it like a big nice looking thing where at the top there's a balcony, but then it would need bridges and stuff.
I just thought you wanted it to do your blacksmithing in an open space so you could see like boats come in or something.
I would like that, but nah, whatever. I mean, the alternative is I could put the blacksmithing on the other side. The blacksmithing doesn't need nearly as much space as the beverage making stuff does. I don't know if you saw, but I made a whole lot of alcohol. Well, it's going to be alcohol eventually.
Okay. What are we gonna do with it?
I don't know, but I figured it all out. I was basically trying to figure out the system. So I have
Okay.
16 barrels, almost all but one of them is full of vodka
Wow.
getting made, fermenting. And maybe somebody in the chat knows now. Like before, I was asking, but nobody knew precisely. But does vodka increase in quality with age? Like, can I put vodka in a cellar, and will the vodka get better quality over time, like wine does, for example? And you have an orange grove. We do not have an orange grove. It'd be nice to have the roof fit better. For some of my upper floors, I use arch with high iron fence inset. Yeah, I just didn't have that much space here. Is all.
Mm.
Could have made like open, and I could change it later. Change all this later to be open, more open. Right, right, exactly. I don't think vodka ages, right? I don't think whiskey, but like in real life, whiskey ages. But let's say I make a barrel of whiskey, which I have over here. I have a couple whiskey fermenting whiskey, right? Let's say I finish making it, I distill it, I put it back into like a wine barrel. Will it age over time, or is it? Yeah, and you think only wine improves with age variance? It's good practice to mark the in-game year of alcohol in barrels. I've seen it done. We have wine that's marked. I think it's a nice touch to do that. Right, the proper age of vodka is the amount of time it takes to pour into a bottle. Yeah, I don't. So people were saying like, why don't you build the brewery or the whatever it is, the building underground because that's
Mhm.
where you want to sort of like age your alcohol. But I honestly don't think that most of the alcohol ages. Vodka does age and whiskey too, but you need to create a seal with a wood scrap, not just a seal with the barrel with the peg. Oh, well, the wood scrap. I had to seal these with a wood scrap just to get them to ferment. I don't know. I'll test it out. I'll see what happens. I'll ask around. I'll see the somebody. I'm sure there's somebody who knows exactly what happens when you age the alcohol. But I think with that, I think we're gonna have to end the stream.
All right. Well,
All right. Well, yeah.
has it been
Finished.
fun?
It has been fun. Got some ideas for this area.
Been a while. It's been a while as well. So I'm
Totally.
glad to have uh spent time wood cutting. I did manage to get about 2.6 skill, which is pretty awesome.
Nice. 6. You're at 60.
2.6.
Wait, 2.6? Sorry, I missed. I thought you
Yeah,
said 6.
2.6.
Okay, but still,
I'm
that's
at
pretty good.
64.
Do you still have woodcutting food in there?
Something I probably should have asked.
Probably something. Because then you would have had 2.8.
Yep.
Thanks, Ivy. Yeah, you have to go. See you later, Vergant. Thanks, Valiance. See you, Reganation. I'm gonna go just check and peek on to see if somebody is streaming. I'm guessing Gaffer is probably streaming. Yep, he is. Catspur streaming. What's Catspur doing? He's doing art, an art stream.
Wow. Okay. Why don't we jump over?
Yeah, let's raid Catspur. We never get the chance to raid Catspur, like ever.
That I don't think that ever has happened before.
I don't think it's ever happened before. All right, let's raid Catspur. Let me just make sure I'm putting that in correctly. All right, Cass is doing an art stream. You're very welcome, Serene and Reba, Valiance. You guys have a great afternoon,
Yeah.
great evening, wherever
Thanks
you are.
everyone for hanging out.
Yeah, totally. And come on over to Casper's stream where we can see her doing some art. So yeah, until next time, you guys keep on worming. Have a good one,
See
everybody.
you guys soon.